Hey, how you doing? This is Seji Hito here to bring you the news. It is currently 1/6/2024 at 7:30 a.m. or as what Gail would say, this is a ungodly hour for a live stream. So I'm going to bring you some clips here today, quite a few long clips. We're going to be going over again some Cat Williams stuff, maybe some stuff dealing with some aliens and some other responses to Cat Williams, along with what else did I have directly up here? I think some other stuff as well. Yo, what is up, Pink? What is going on? What is going on? So, one of the things that took place was out of all of the interviews, and Shannon Sharp, he was just on his podcast with Ocho, and he was saying this was his like 100th plus interview that he's done. And out of all the interviews that he's done, this is the one that just blew up. And this is the one that he's receiving so much backlash for. And people are trying to say that, oh, you're not a real journalist and that, you didn't have control of the conversation. Shannon Sharp has never stated ever that he is a journalist. He is a conversationalist. It is a clear-cut difference. And he also went on to his podcast to try to clear up a lot of those things as well. Matter of fact, we're going to actually let the brother talk. I'm going to play. Let me see. Make sure to mark. Right. So we're going to, let me just do, oh, wait. I don't think I can do it yet. Okay. So I'm going to hold that one real quick. So we're going to go through a few videos so I can get rid of these. And then we're going to move over to the Shannon Sharp response. Let me see. Do I got Lavelle Crawford? Can I do Shannon? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, maybe I can put it up here. Let me see. It should be all right. All right, so let me just hit that screen share for y'all. Right. So let's take a listen.
Just talking, and he comes in. Mm-hmm. So he's already on one. He says, I've been waiting a whole year.
Right.
To say my piece.
The right space and platform to say his piece.
Yes. Now, a lot of people have said, oh, Shannon left so much on the table. Shannon is not a journalist. I never said I was a journalist.
Right.
If you listen in my intro, I said, what I say, the person that's coming by for conversation and a drink, I'm a conversationalist, not an interviewer.
Right.
It's a different space. Mm-hmm. He said, you've allowed other people a very safe place. That's why we like coming.
Keyword, safe.
Safe place.
Safe place.
I've also said on numerous occasions, if you want 60 minutes, if you want Dateline, if you want 48 hours, I'm not the place for you. Right. Go to those places and get those type of interviews. Right. Go to Lester Holt. Go to Nora O'Donnell. Go to, I'm not Mike Wallace, rest his soul. I'm not Ed Bradley, rest his soul. Or Dan Rather or Walter Cronkite, rest their soul. Tom Brokaw. That's not who I am.
So I want to pause it right there. So I just want to make it very clear. You hear Shannon Sharp stating to people, I never said I was a journalist. He's telling you and listing shows, right, that are journalistic in nature. He's listing journalists who, past and present, some who are no longer here. He's telling you he is not that guy, right? That is honesty. So for people to ignore the fact that Shannon Sharp is retired from football, started up a podcast, and wanted to just have a space where people can feel comfortable enough to just conversate with them, just open up about stuff. If they decided that they wanted to, he would allow them a place to come. He would give them a spot to speak their piece or to say the things that they normally wouldn't be able to say if they were on the news, if they were interviewed by the journalist or whatnot or whatever. Because we all know how it is when it deals with mainstream media. They will slice and cut things up in order to make it seem like something that it really isn't, in order to get a lot of views and a lot of clicks, right? And as stated before, this guy gives people a safe space. It's not just him saying it. Other people are also saying it, right? So let's continue.
Right.
So if you want those type of interviews, you need to go to places that have those type of interviews.
Right.
Now, the problem is Katt Williams was my 102nd interview conversation on Club Shay Shay. He was the 102nd. Nobody said anything. Oh, but Shannon, you left this on the bone. I've had Magic Johnson. I've had Steve Harvey. I've had Michael Blackson. I've had Cedric the Entertainer. I've had DC Young Fly. I've had a lot of people. Nobody said anything about pushback and follow-up questions until I got Katt Williams on. And this thing took off like wildfire. And the people that's commenting is like, you got 200 followers. You can't be a journalist with 200 followers.
Right.
Because even people that don't know the journalists, they got at least 4,000 or 5,000.
Right.
You're upset that he said everything that he said, and he said it on my platform.
Right.
And now it's bringing attention to my platform. Just like I've had Ricky Smiley on. I've had Steve Harvey. You didn't say anything. I didn't push back about Steve when he said things about in his marriage. You didn't say a word. When he spoke about his daughter, you didn't say a word.
Right.
I asked Cedric about did he steal Katt Williams' joke. You didn't say, Shannon, you didn't follow it up. I've asked Ricky Smiley, volunteered. He said, I didn't ask him. He said that he was originally supposed to play Money Mike and Katt was supposed to play Santa Claus.
Right.
He said that. You never said a word about follow-up questions, and I left so much on the bone.
Now, that's another thing. So we're going to go. I have another video up here where I have a response that Ice Cube had made on social media. And he, wanted to go over and clear up a few things as well, dealing with the Friday movie, dealing with one thing that, Katt has stated as well, right? But the other thing I want to point out is the fact that, as Shannon stated, he had all of these other celebrities on there. And some people have volunteered and stated certain things, right? He didn't specifically ask them. They volunteered and stated certain things. And when all of these other celebrities, when they were speaking on Katt or bringing up certain stuff or talking about some stuff, however the conversation went, nobody was specifically getting online telling Shannon, oh, you should have, asked this, or you should have did this. And where's your journalistic integrity? Where's the research, right? And then he's also pointing out the fact that a lot of the people who are critiquing him are mad at the fact that his platform that he has built is gaining a type of celebrity or a type of recognition versus what it is that they are building because they're quote unquote journalists, but they're stating or trying to go at the fact that they are journalists, but they don't really got followers. They don't really have any type of body of work to realistically show for, but then they want to try to critique somebody as if they are a journalist, even though said person, Shannon Sharpe, never stated that he is a journalist. Let's keep going.
It wasn't until this video, which is almost at about 11 million views in less than 48 hours. Yes.
Woo.
Now mind you, Ocho, Steve Harvey's done 9 million views.
Yeah.
Who else? DC Young Fly is at 4 million. Ricky Smiley over 3 million. Magic Johnson over 2 million. I mean, a lot of these videos have gone viral and had viral moments. Nothing is caught fire like this.
Right.
This is what's upsetting them because first of all, he wasn't going to go on it because they don't know. He doesn't want to be. He wants to have a conversation. He said, you've allowed everybody else to come up here and say their piece.
Yeah.
The hardest thing for me, Ocho, as the interviewer, was the way he started. My thing was, do I interrupt him and get this thing back on track, or do I let him go?
So we heard that, right? And you hear how it is that, and even when you look at, I'm not sure if people took the time to actually look at the interview of Shannon and Katt, you could see at certain times where Shannon, you could see him thinking, okay, do I try to cut in now, or do I let him keep? There was a lot of periods throughout the interview where Shannon was not really, in a sense, too confident in if he should go in at this moment or go in at that moment or try to reel it back in or, whatnot. But like I said, he's not a journalist, but he did a very good job at allowing the conversation to flow the way that it did. And because he allowed the conversation to flow the way that it did, this is why it blew up. It wasn't, because this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. When you have a journalist, right, who is a interviewer, it's rigid. They have questions. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 1 through 10 questions, right? And it's the same stereotypical questions that every celebrity is going to get asked at every single press junket. The way that Shannon Sharpe is doing it, it's water, right? It'll just flow. It'll have ripples and different shapes and all this, but it's still water and it's going to flow. It's free, right? It's not rigid. It's not in a box. It's not cookie cutter. It's not cut and dry. Again, this is another reason why it is that you see a lot of his interviews popping off. As he stated before, he said, 4 million, 8 million, 10 million. At this moment in time, the interview between him and Kat, last time I checked yesterday, it was about like 20 million. And then the cuts that they did, the separate sections that they did, which is very smart, those have millions of views by themselves. So like I said before, this is going to keep going for quite a bit. People are going to be rewatching this later on in the future, down the road or whatnot as well. Like I said, he did a great job. He did an excellent job. You may have some people, some celebrities who may decide because of just this, if they have any type of interaction or have had a interaction with Kat, they'll be like, well, I feel like I'm not really going to, come directly to the show because of, how this, but you're going to have way more people that are going to decide to come here. And the funniest thing is probably more than likely the way that this is going to get to a point where you're going to see other celebrities from other areas, right, of other ethnicities, more than likely coming onto a show, because that's usually the way that it works. When people see that you have a space where you allow just the freedom, people are like, you know what, I'll come here. And you're going to start to have a lot more people, celebrities, show up to him versus going to an ABC or whatnot or whatever. Realistically, what should actually happen, this will be a very smart thing for Shannon Sharpe to do. I know he probably can't get it right now because it's going to go on with ABC, but just to allow or to let people know, Jonathan Majors is going to have a interview. Yo, what's up, Timothy? Jonathan Majors is going to have an interview with, from what I heard, ABC. And if people actually pay attention, ABC is also the same people who are with Disney, right? So pay attention to that. We'll see how that basically goes. Remember how Will Smith had the Oscar slap, and then he out of nowhere he came back and did the first thing he did was a slave film, right? So you're going to have Jonathan Majors after all of this. Now, out of all of this time, he's going to, in a sense, speak, his piece or give, his side directly to the story. I'm not sure how they're going to frame this. I'm not sure what type of prep might have gone into this about how he's supposed to answer the question or what answers he will give. But we're going to see what's going to take place. And this is probably going to be another watched interview as well. And there's going to be a lot of people critiquing and giving their opinions and their voices directly on this as well. The other thing that I want people to realize, because I'm going to go over quite a few things, but I want people to also stay focused. There's a lot of things going on directly out here. We have had a very great first week of January, a lot of different things happening. But the main thing that I want people to understand is that you do have a lot of distractions that is specifically out here. Because remember, the one main thing that was supposed to get released or talked about had to do with the celebrity names, coming from the Epstein, log list and different things of that nature. So again, I want people to pay very close attention. Again, enjoy the entertainment, enjoy the sights, enjoy everything that is taking place, but always remember to stay focused on, the original thing that people were talking about, because before we left, December of 2023, during that first week or two, that last week or two, that was the main thing that was getting talked about. I was like, hey, January, this information is going to, sit up here and get released. And then we learned what? The information really didn't get released. And supposedly somebody who is fearing for their life, Jane Doe 107 or 103, whatever it is basically stating that they need more time so that they can get to safety because they fear for their lives. I didn't know that you could specifically do that or ask the court for information or hold back information up until somebody is safe. But here we are. So supposedly the information is going to get released. I think they said January 22nd, almost pretty much towards the end of the month of January. I'm not sure if any of the delays are going to take place or happen, but we will, soon see. Right. So you heard what it is that Shannon Sharpe stated, and he had to state these things in defense of himself. I want to just say shout out to what was it? Pink, Black, Tim, FYT. I'm just gonna make a name for short. Shout out to DC. So now we're gonna go to another brother by the name of LeVar Crawford. So I'm going to do that there. Remove this directly from the screen, and we're gonna pull up LeVar, who is another comedian, so we can hear what it is that he has to say about what it is that's going on with Cat and everything else.
Cat talking about people ain't gonna put no money in my pocket. I work with every single person he named so I can make some money. We ain't gotta see each other. I don't have no beef with nobody. And if I do, we'll holler. I ain't one of them niggas that walk around with this energy. And I think Cat, one of them cats that don't need it, because he say they names and they ain't afraid to do it. I respect him. He got a lot of nuts. And I like that about him. I respect him. Cat gave me the best compliment I ever got. And, it's some people say he gave them money. I would love to get $100 grand from him, but I ain't paying it back. But he gave me the best compliment ever. He said, I became famous off my stand-up alone. And I met him, that's when I was at the Ralph grocery store. And he was out in the car, and his people was inside. They said he come there all the time. I went out there, and we shook hands, man. It was good to see Cat. And me and Cat been knowing each other a long time. But I just, that's how I chime in on this stuff. And I said, the comedians that he named, when you chime in on stuff, it just makes it more valid. If it ain't true, all the money you got and all the blessings you got, why you on Instagram going, oh, that ain't true, that ain't true? You making yourself look guilty. And people say stuff about me, I holler at you. I ain't trying to bring the internet. Somebody trying to choose a side. Motherfucker, I don't have no side. I got God's side. I got my family side. I ain't in that BS bullshit. No bullets was thrown at me.
So we were able to hear that, right? He basically stated, yo, if you are who you are, you're getting online and you're making yourself look foolish by trying to do this back and forth, right? You're basically, in a sense, proving what it is that he is already saying. And I want to reiterate this because I told y'all this before. Everybody who is saying something about Cap, I'm not talking about LeVar Crawford. I'm talking about the people who respond. I'm talking about Kevin Hart, Steve Harvey. You got Cedric the Entertainer, Ricky Smiley, right? The people that he named who are giving rebuttals, again, none of them, I want y'all to pay attention. This is why I showed y'all their responses yesterday in the previous live stream. None of those people came out and called Cat a liar. Pay attention. And this is the killing part right here. You got people right now that are technically, I guess you could say, they're celebrities, right? And they, in a sense, want to talk about the conversation, but they don't really want to mention or talk about the conversation. And it's a little bit confusing to me, because if you're the type of person that calls out stuff the way that you say that you call out stuff, and you do all of these things, and you talk about all these other things that go on in the world, it's a little bit weird that you would decide to, hey, I'm going to, be this person, and I'm going to talk about what celebrities are, in a sense, going through, even though you yourself are technically a celebrity as well. But I'm not really going to call out Cat Williams and specifically say his name, but I'm just going to, put something out there. It's crazy to see that. And then to also see the following base of said person knowing what it is that they're talking about. That's confusing to me. That's confusing me. It's crazy to see people who always talk about they're from like the street and they the hardest people out here to decide to make a post and talk about a subject and not really talk about it. Wow. I so much for the streets. So much for the streets. So much for the streets. Fox said it confused me at times. Listen to you say the new name. Yeah, I got you. Yo, Griff, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Miss Callahan, what is going on? How are y'all doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, as I stated, earlier on, Gail would normally say that this is a very early live stream, ungodly hours, as she would say. So one of the things that I want to, in a sense, bring up, do I want to go over the Faison Love thing? I'm not sure if I want to even bring that one up yet. The thing I'll bring up, right? I because remember I told y'all about like Kevin Hart, and this is my thing, right? Hold on, let me see, because it's acting a little bit weird. I ain't never seen this. I didn't know you can do that on Twitter. I didn't know you can have like a side panel where you can basically have two videos running at the same time. Didn't know that, because that completely threw me off. I thought my browser was messing up. So I'm going to click. Okay, obviously that's not working the way I thought. Okay, there we go. Okay, I got to get used to that. So right now, I'm going to show y'all a few of the responses that Kevin Hart made, right? And these are responses that he was specifically making towards Cat Williams, right? Senna, what is up? What is up? Seji, you can be anything. It's just like when you in jail, you can tell a bunch of clothing stores. Wait. You can tell a bunch of clothing stores in with a few pictures, you'll be a baller. I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying. Yo, Phoenix, what is up? What is up? So now let me get this one. Let me get Mr. Crawford off of here real quick. Let me give y'all this other side. So remember, this is Cat Williams on NBA Unplugged, and this is the response that he was giving back, and this is Cat Williams with his gang, with his group. This ain't, pay attention. This is not, I'm sorry. This is Kevin Hart, right? This is Kevin Hart on NBA Unplugged. So pay attention. This is not Kevin Hart by himself stating these jokes and all this other type of stuff. This is him with his group. So pay attention, because Cat was saying everything that he was saying by himself. He didn't have an entourage. He didn't have a group. He didn't have none of that, right? So just, listen.
Another fun fact about the New York Knicks, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Cat Williams bought the Knicks.
He definitely bought it.
He bought the Knicks,
yeah.
And it's rumored that he took the Knicks back, returned them with a receipt.
Yeah, you can do that.
Hey,
you didn't know you could do
the
that.
first person ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They gave him a 30-day policy.
He bought them for 15 days.
And returned it.
Yeah. So another fun fact about the New York Knicks.
He made the team.
He played.
He played. Oh, he
played. He played with the Knicks. He played with them.
We know he fast. They say he fast.
Yeah,
he run
one of the fastest.
3.9.
Oh, yeah. What you say?
A sub 3.9.
He figured out how to play basketball from reading all them books.
3,000 of them.
3,000 a year.
A year.
That's 2 a day.
At 6 years old.
That's 2 a day. Who knew he was so voracious?
At the age 7, he got accepted to I think it was Delaware University.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So remember, now this is proof that they sat there and listened for the 2-hour plus duration of their interview, because you hear Kevin Hart making light or fun of when Cat was stating that he could run at the age that he's at. He could still, run a mile at a pretty decent time. That when he was in between, I think he said the ages of 8 to 11, roughly about a 3 to 4 year period, he would, read, thousands of books per year, right? And that wouldn't be a difficult feat if you actually read books and you love reading books, right? But again, and they were also trying to, make light of, in a sense, how smart he is as well. Like I said, when you have a lot of people that are intimidated or they feel a certain type of way about those who are intelligent, they tend to make fun of them being intelligent. Where do we see this all the time? Look back at Family Matters. Steve Urkel would get bullied. He would get picked on. Why? Because he's smart, because he's brainy, right? Those who are unintelligent, those who are not up there, those who know that they cannot reach that level of intellect will decide to try to force that person to dumb them down by bullying them, to bring them down to their level so that the bully could feel superior, so that the bully could feel better, right? We even seen this in real life. That's normally what people do. But like I said before, you're watching Kevin Hart with his group go after Cat Williams, right? By a joking manner, right? Because to my knowledge, looking at the interview, I don't, in a sense, remember Cat calling out Kevin Hart's group specifically verbatim by name. I remember him calling out large comedians that we all know. I don't know who any of these guys are, just to be real. No offense to him. I don't know who any of these guys are. I know who a Cedric is. I know who a Steve Harvey is. We all know who Cat Williams is, of course. I know who Kevin Hart is, right? I know who Earthquake is. I know who Gary Owen is, right? He listed quite a few names. Tiffany Haddish, all of them. We know who they are. I don't know who any of these dudes rolling with Kevin Hart. I don't know who any of these dudes are. But I digress. Let's continue.
Never made public news.
No, ever.
The biggest secret in the world.
Hey,
Smartest kid to ever do it. They kept it a secret for 48 years. Yeah. They kept it a secret, and it just dropped on it.
He was hitchhiking on side of the street at 13. Yeah. So they couldn't find it.
Speaking of which, Kev, you've had a busy week.
Yeah.
A tough one.
Yeah, real busy week, fellas. A real busy one.
Okay.
Oh,
Ja Morant coming in
to the Lakers. Oh.
Now let me pull that back real quick. Now, you heard all of the ha he from Kevin Hart, and I feel like that kind of touched the nerve when one of his boys was like, "Yeah, Kev, you had a real tough week." And you saw Kevin Hart touch his face. He was like, "Yeah, real tough one." Yeah, that's the you can hear it, the aggravation. Like I said, it's seething. That dude is mad. He is real mad. Like I said, you got all of this money. You said that you're one of the most top performing or the richest comedians directly out here. Technically, just to be honest, the richest comedian out here is Seinfeld. That dude is pretty much, if he's not a billionaire, he's about to be or over that. Anybody can research, look up the numbers directly on that, because he had a syndicated show. Even I sat up there and watched it. That show is in a multitude of different languages around the world, right? So he would technically be number one. If I had to list a comedian that is the richest out here, it would have to be him. I couldn't give you anybody else. I really couldn't, because nobody else has anything such as Seinfeld directly out here that is still running to this day. Nobody. So again, Kevin Hart, supposed to be the funniest man directly out here, one of the funniest comedians, all this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. But yet you got a group behind you in order to help you make fun of somebody who came specifically by name after you. Yeah. That says a lot.
A real busy one.
Okay.
Oh,
John Morant coming in
to the Lakers.
Okay. I see you.
Another known fact: Cat dropped him off.
Oh, wow.
Yo, Ron,
Okay.
what is up, what is up?
John Morant.
He gave him a ride.
In a spaceship. Okay. In a spaceship. Copy that. Spaceship that he parallel parked.
Known fact: Cat Williams has a NBA basketball court in his living room. He's the first to ever really.
Oh yeah.
He's the first to embrace a true hardwood floor.
Yeah.
He bought it in his home.
Was he playing against that little boy that put him on the ground?
Another known
By
fact.
the way, he's fighting for the MMA championship, the 17-year-old boy that put him in the
headlock,
rear naked choke.
In the headlock, right?
But it's a known fact that Cat Williams do not breathe oxygen, so it didn't bother him.
Yeah.
Oh, copy that.
You can't choke him out.
Yeah,
That's
you
a known
can't.
fact.
Everybody knows that. It's a
He's
known fact.
92-6 in one-on-one pickup game.
So, and that was a shot at Cat when he was sitting up here saying that he is balling with, 21-year-olds and he has, like a record. I think he got like 6 losses and whatnot wins. Like I said, that's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not. But like I said, this is what people are deciding to do. But the funniest thing is, let me cut this over real quick because I got to make sure that the whole other side is completely fine and clear. There was a clip of I'm trying to remember the dude's name. Is it Perkins? Don't tell me I didn't sit up there and put that up there. Let me see if I can roll through and find that real quick. Somebody maybe might be able to help me out. I think the brother might have been he's retired. His name is like Perkins, and he was on NBA and Play. Let me see if I can type that in real quick. Let me see if I can do that real quick. But the funniest thing is like you're responding to Kevin Hart. I mean, you're responding to Cat Williams on NBA Unplugged. Why didn't you just do a thank you, Kendrick Perkins? I'm trying to find the clip real quick because I swore I had it. Let me see. Let me see. Kendrick Perkins. There we go. Because he made a response. There we go.
Oh,
Big Perk. This is a question I've always had for you, man.
Because now remember how Kevin Hart wanted to be slick and he wanted to make this response, right? And his car got pulled live. So we're going to go directly over to that right here. Let me just make that a little bit bigger for you guys to technically see. So just take a listen to this.
Oh,
Big Perk. This is a question I've always had for you, man. During y'all show, when these segments are live, do they put up a shot clock for you for your sentences so you can finish them in a certain amount of time? Like do they have?
Boy,
Perk. I'm just asking
you caught us straight out of nowhere. Perk, you ain't even did nothing to nobody. You came on here as a guest.
I'm just
that was uncalled for, and I apologize.
I'm just saying, look, hey, Kev, you didn't say nothing to Cat Williams when he did a 3-hour interview talking slow yesterday. You didn't put a shot clock on him.
Well, do you entertain the circus or do you watch it, Perk? Which one do you do?
Hold on, let me zoom in for y'all real quick. Let's go back to that.
Perk, that was uncalled for, and I apologize.
I'm just saying, look, hey, Kev, you didn't say nothing to Cat Williams when he did a 3-hour interview talking slow yesterday.
The look on Cat's face, that smile, completely just shut him down. He had to sit up there and go into survival mode. Because even his boy sat up there and said, like, man, Perk, you just caught a stray for no reason. And yeah, Kev was sitting up here dropping jokes on him for like no reason. Kevin Hart is supposed to be going after Cat Williams. Cat called you out. You decided to go after a basketball player on NBA Unplugged, which completely made no sense. And rightfully so. Kendrick Perkins called out. Kevin Hart was like, yo, you ain't talking about putting up no shot clock, for, Cat when he was up there doing an interview for 2 hours and 45 minutes. And the energy left his body within seconds.
You didn't put a shot clock on him.
Well, do you entertain the circus or do you watch it, Perk? Which one do you do?
I can't even call that a comeback. He got grilled. That dude professionally is a basketball player, and he got the best at that moment in time of a quote unquote world-class comedian. You can't make this up. Kevin Hart was literally fighting in survival mode to try to figure out a way to get at a basketball player. Even his boys, like sitting on the side, they couldn't sit up there. They tried not to sit up there and laugh. You heard some of them laughing, but they tried not to sit up there and laugh too loud. Like I said, that was a good one. He caught him in 4K in real time because literally that interview happened yesterday. Or a day or so ago. It's like I said, you wasn't talking that loud when you had Cat Williams doing an interview. But now you want to talk loud on NBA Unplugged. Like, what's happening? And you got your team with you. Like that's corny. That's real corny. You should be able to do that by yourself. You should need backup assistance. You're a world-class comedian. You should be throwing things off the top of the dome. Like it should just be happening. But obviously it's not. Everybody has an off day, I guess. I guess that's the best way to put it, right? Everybody has a off day, right? But shout out to Mr. Perkins. Shout out to Mr. Perkins. So now what I want to roll over to is the response. Hey, we got Tippy. Tippy in the building early in the morning. Look at you. I'm shocked. You got here before Gail. I'm proud of you. Yo, what is up, Mo? What is going on, brother? See you out here. So now we're going to go into Ice Cube. And he's going to speak on the interview. This is also what I wanted to bring up, to you guys as well. So we're going to take a listen to what Ice Cube is specifically going to talk about. I'm going to pause it, in between certain sections to dissect, certain things that Cube is going to bring up.
Ice Cube. Just wanted to address a few things. Everybody been checking out the internet. My man Cat Williams. First of all, I just want to say, we shot that movie over 20 years ago. So, people have different perspectives, and it's been a long time. I also want to say, every comedian that I've worked with, every comedian that I've put in a movie, I only put them in the movie because I thought they was funny. I thought they was perfect for the part. I tried to put them in a position to win. That's what it's all about, Yo,
what's up, Brian?
I look at from, Chris Tucker and Bernie Mac and Mike Epps, Cat Williams, Ricky Smiley, Michael Blackson, Cedric, Kevin Hart. All these guys I know are funny as hell. I didn't discover them. They were doing their stand-up or doing their thing, and I knew that they were great and that they could act, and that if I have an opportunity, I was going to give them an opportunity. To me, that's what it's all about. As far as specific things, Cat was 100 on a few things. Most of what he was saying, a couple things, I just want to clarify. When we bring in a new, comedian, we do have them try out for different roles. So Ricky did give Money Mike a shot. But when we saw him and, we kind of saw how he moved and how he was, auditioning, we decided that he would be a better, Santa Claus, which was, to me, the perfect casting.
So this response is sort of kind of like a twofold response. He's responding to what it is that Cat stated, which is further giving validity to his truth. And he's also responding to what it is that Ricky Smiley said. Because remember, yesterday I gave you guys the full 10-minute video. We listened to it of Ricky Smiley's reply when it dealt with the Money Mike and how it is that his talent manager or whoever the other guy was specifically stating like, yeah, you tried out for the part and everything went well. And, we thought, you basically had it. You just had to, go and, do it, one more time. And then for whatever reason, it just didn't work out. And again, Cube is sitting up there clarifying. We normally have comedians come in and, try out different roles, quite a few times. So just because Ricky Smiley, tried out the role doesn't mean that he 100% got it, because the way that he was trying to present it in his response was as if he had the role, he had the contract and all of these other things, and none of those things transpired. This is why you heard them at the end, especially coming from his talent manager, when he was stating that, we thought that, we had the role. You thought wrong. You thought wrong. I'm not sure why you thought that was 100% when you know how this works. Cube is clearly explaining this, but it is what it is. Let's continue.
When we saw Mike, damn, I call him Money Mike. When we saw Cat, when I saw him, I just knew that he was perfect for Money Mike. And Cat, said he wrote his role, which, the role was written, but he enhanced it. This is why Cat was so dope in the movie. Money Mike had a small role, about as big as the Santa Claus role, but when we start filming, he was giving us such magic that we kept expanding his role, giving him more to do because he was on point.
What's up, old school?
When we shoot these movies, for one, the scripts are fire, or they wouldn't even do it. The scripts are laugh out funny. But we shoot the script, but once we get what we need from the script, we let the comedians ad-lib, riff, play with the words, do their thing. We give them a take where they can, or 2, 3 takes where they can go off and do what they feel. Sometimes it makes the movie, sometimes it don't. When somebody gives you jewels, you want to try to make sure that makes the movie.
Yo, what's up, DSA?
So in the movie, there's second thing I want to clear up. I would never shoot a rape scene in a movie, especially like Friday, where you actually see this happening on camera. That ain't my style.
Now, I want y'all to remember what he said. He said, I would never film one of those scenes in a movie like Friday or anything else because I don't even like those type of scenes. But I want people to reminisce. If you're old enough to remember, if you ever seen a movie called The Players Club, there was a scene in there, and it was a hotel scene. One of the younger girls that was there, I forgot if she was like a sister or whatever it was, but she was there, and she ended up going to the back with one of these other dudes. And quote unquote, as Q basically said, okay, yeah, you said it was Diamond's cousin. Yeah. So when you sit up there and go back and look at that scene, you hear some things going on. You see how even the toughest dudes that was in the room, they was like, nah, man, I ain't even here for this. I'm out. Pay attention. The toughest dudes, these are dudes that's probably like supposed to be like killers, gunmen, whatever it is, right? They hanging out with this dude. And they were sitting up there getting out of there. So again, he's sitting up here telling like, yeah, I would never film anything like that and show it directly on screen. But what he's going to tell you is that he leaves certain things to the imagination. And what I'm trying to tell people is that's a lot worse than technically putting it directly on screen. Because on screen, I mean, it's bad in general. But if it's on screen, we know for certain. When you allow people to imagine, you're hearing sounds, right? You hearing sounds like something is really happening, really going down. It's all bad. And you're imagining this. And then on top of that, when you remember the scene and the dude is coming out of the room, I think he might have wiped his face or something because maybe he was bleeding. And then his pants was disheveled. So, like I said, I remember certain things. It's been a minute since I've seen it. But I know I cannot be the only one that remember those certain tidbits of, things that were transpiring, in that film. Mo said O'Shea starred in one movie, Higher Learning, in which he defended a victim of another player club in which he calls an assault. Both scenes are brutal. Yo, Justin, what is up? What is up? Justin said, but nobody wants to see that on the big screen. Thank you for not showing that. This is the problem, though. It's a little bit funny to me when people want to draw the line with those type of scenes, but yet you'll continuously watch movies where they'll give you scenes of murders, of mass killings, of people ODing on drugs. So it's a little bit weird to me that people will decide to, it's like, okay, I'm not okay with this type of scene, but I'm okay with everything else. Like, I'm not sure if people follow me on that. And like I said, I understand that nobody wants to see it. I completely concur and I agree with other people as well. But I'm saying if we're going to draw lines, then we should be drawing it clear cut across the board. Don't just sit up there and stop at this one thing because it makes you uncomfortable. The other thing should make you uncomfortable too. You shouldn't want to sit up there and see people ODing on screen because that's real life. You shouldn't want to see somebody potentially looking directly, I'm not sitting up there saying that they're specifically going after, but you shouldn't be okay with, in movies, somebody specifically looking strangely at a child, right? You shouldn't be okay with consistently seeing murder on screens. There's tons of movies out here, especially action movies, where these are the things that we see all day long. Like I said, it's it's a little bit funny to me. I'm just saying. I like to make things balanced. DSA once said nobody wants to hear it either. Yeah, like, dude, even though I didn't see what happened, just hearing what potentially or might have happened, I'm like, I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. And then I think they might have had some other type of music running with that too. It was like, man, it's bad. Justice said, but that's a different visual. That's a different context. Well, if you look at it in the aspect of something negative happening to a life, it's within that same context. Right? On one extreme, you got people being offed, and you can clearly see brain matter, you can see organs, you can see all of that stuff, right? The other extreme, you got a woman that is having something, very harmful taking place and happening to her that she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life, right? Two extremes, both are very separate, but both have an impact, and both are all real life. Because everybody here can more than likely say or know somebody who has gone through what it is that was supposedly had happened in Players Club. Statistically speaking, what is it, like one out of every 3 or one of every 4 women have been SA'd? So again, that's a real life matter, right? Just like when you got people that are ODing, that's a real life matter. You can go to certain United States cities right now and you got zombies in the street doing zombie walk. Like I remember in Detroit, drug deal went wrong and a young kid, he lost his life. His body was right there on the corner. One of the nurses from the other block had to come over and try to resuscitate him, and she couldn't. So that, like I said, that's all I'm saying. It's like they're both extremes. They're both separate in their respects, but it all has to do with something that is negative and detrimental, and it has to do with negatively impacting a life or lives, DSA 1 says, seeing death compared to that taken scene, it hits different for folks. Yeah, because we've been, I guess you could say, indoctrinated to accept the loss of life, so we don't really flinch. Because I put it to you like this, right? Still trying to stay on the whole like Ice Cube thing, right? Because I've seen repeated incidences on either, let's say, video games or television shows and movies, I've been desensitized. And that's what a lot of people don't realize when it deals with the entertainment. It desensitizes you to a lot of things. So because I've been desensitized to seeing bodies and all of these things, when it happens in real life, I'm not flinching. It doesn't really click for me because it's like I've seen this countless times. It's like, okay, I saw it in entertainment video game. Now I'm seeing it in real life. It pretty much matches up with what it is that I've seen. So it's like, because we're so desensitized, we don't care about it. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. So yeah, I do agree with you. It is different, but you got to understand how, what I told you guys before, the psychological warfare, how everybody's being primed, how everybody's being programmed in order to accept certain things. Right? Tippy said, or showing kids dying on screen. In America, they don't do that. Everywhere else, they'll do it. And for me, I'm like, it's a little bit interesting that people want to technically draw. Like I said, for me, it's just a little bit weird to draw the line on one thing instead of a lot of the things that are here. It's a little bit weird to be, in my perspective. Right? I'm just talking about from my perspective. I'm not trying to say I'm covering everybody or representing everybody out here. I'm just saying from my perspective, looking at stuff, because everybody talks about they want things to be equal. They want things to be even. So if I'm to look at the things that people want, and I put that into a worldly type of perspective, it seems odd because the things that people state are not really the things that they actually want. Right? So like I said before, people are fine with one thing. The United States is fine with showing overdosing. They're fine with showing all types of murders and all types of other things going on. But we're going to draw the lines when it deals with the hard R, and we're going to draw the line when it deals with, kids, passing away on entertainment. I'm like, we should just do that in general because we respect life, but that's not where we are. We respect certain lives. It's on levels. We're fine with seeing adults die. We're not okay with seeing kids, but a life is supposed to be a life, and we're supposed to actually care and cherish, life. Like I said, maybe it's just me. you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Disney once said that Flocka hit different with that zombie walk. Yeah. Mo said dude almost took out Ebony. She was beat the hell up, and even until the end of the movie. Yeah. Yeah. Tippy said, except the part on it with Gregory. I'm sorry, that scene was funny to me. I mean, it's a horror film. Disney once said, and that's what is going to desensitize. Yeah. Tippy said, I've seen movies in the United States made with kids dying. I remember the Predator movie. Timothy said, I didn't see it as desensitization. It's more of realizing separation from reality and fantasy, where death and brutality is human nature. And Tippy said, you play video games? Of course I do, Tippy. You know this. You know I play video games. That's why I was talking from that perspective and, listing how, the desensitization basically takes place. But let's continue back on track with Ice Cube.
Check out any of my movies. They're not raunchy. We did a movie called Players Club where the subject matter was a little raunchy, but for the most part, even that, we left it to your imagination. So the only reason that kind of stuff was in the movie is because you have 3 villains in Friday After Next. You have Santa Claus stealing presents. You have Damon, just got out of prison.
J-Love, what's up?
Sweating. Craig and Dady for the rent money. And then you have Money Mike, a pimp that treats his woman, like a property. So Craig is always fighting the villains in the movie, from the Joker Brothers to Debo. And so we already had Craig fighting Santa Claus. And the only real way to get rid of the other 2 villains was to have them go against each other. And the plier joke was always in the script. It was never, we would never ever show that. That's not my style if you look at any of my movies. So, that was never a discussion. We, at that point in everybody's career, we would listen to a certain extent, but we wasn't gonna change the movie for any actor. We do what we feel, and if it was a rape scene, it would have been in the movie. There was no reason not to shoot it. But that's not my style. I don't even like that kind of shit in movies, on camera. And so, that was, to me, a little discrepancy there. Cat, he wrote a lot of his part because, like I said, he was giving us jewels, so we were keeping the camera rolling. He was coming off the dome. He was coming prepared every day to steal the show. That was his mission. And, that's what he did, with the movie. And it launched his career, And I'm proud of the movie. I'm proud of all the guys who've, come through, a Q Vision production and went on to do bigger and better things. And look, a lot of people are talking about pay and how much they was paid on these movies that were extremely low budget. Most of these guys work a couple of days, and
Yo, Senna, what is up? What is up? Mo said, O'Shea said on camera. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is why I tell people, pay very close attention to the words that people state. He said that he's not going to put it on camera, right? Doesn't mean that it's not going to be there. It'll just be there in a different way, right? So, like I said, I know I'm not sitting up there mistaken when I think back to that scene and everything. Like I said, everybody had a reaction to that scene. Everybody had a reaction. When you go back and listen to that scene and the acting that was going on there, everybody had a reaction. Like I said before, when you saw the toughest dudes, quote unquote, in the room talking about, yeah, man, I'm out. I ain't even with this. When they're sitting up there leaving, that lets you know. That should tell you a lot. Because even the quote unquote hardest killers out here, they can't stomach a lot of other stuff out here. They can do some of the worst stuff, but some other stuff they're like, yeah, I ain't even about that life. I might sit up there and take a life, but I ain't taking that. I don't do that, right? Like I said, they draw the line. So, you know. You know. Now, the other interesting thing that I want to go into is something that was mentioned before, right? And it had to do with stolen jokes, right? So I'm going to show y'all this clip. Let me roll over. Let me see that. I swap it over. Add that to the stage, right? So it says resurfaced footage shows Steve Harvey stealing Cat Williams gas price joke, right? So again, yesterday in the previous live stream, I showed you proof of what it is that Cat was talking about when he said that, you know, Cedric the Entertainer ain't really an entertainer. You know, that, you know, you got people out here stealing jokes, right? So let's go into this one.
Gas is entirely too high. That's all I'm saying. You are not supposed to be at the gas station making life decisions. You just at the pump. Just, Negro, did I eat today? I can't get no half a tank. I got 6 cigarettes. I can't even do it. That used to be, if you had $10, $15, you could go to the gas station with confidence because you knew you was either going to be full or damn near full. If you had a 20, you ain't even talk to the person at the counter. You just 20 on 11, bitch.
Yep. 100% confident.
Used to be, if you put $15 in your tank, you had time to bond with your vehicle. Yep. You had time to put the nozzle in and set the clicker and look through your car and clean off the dashboard and look through your CDs and run in the store and get some Pringles and a Snapper, and it'll still be pumping. Now, if you put $15 in, you can't even turn around good for that son of a bitch click. As soon as you put it in, just click, click.
Gas $4 a gallon. Can't even pump gas like you used to no more. $4 a gallon? You remember when you used to go to pump and put the nozzle in there and hit it? Be sitting there talking, be on your phone. Hey, what's happening? Be walking around, cleaning the windshield. Speaking to hey, girl, what's happening? What you doing? Hey, you. Hey, dog, hey, you go in there, bring me a wine cooler. Bring me a cooler, dog. Not no more. Ain't nothing going on at that pump except you and that pump. Your ass is looking at that pump. Give me some. Give me some. 4401. Yeah.
And I just want to know, I'm not sure if people paid attention. When Cat was telling his joke, you heard people laughing, like people was rolling. When Steve told his joke, there was some laughter. It wasn't as loud. There was some laughter, and there was quite a bit of dips. Quite a bit of dips that was taking place directly with that. Like I said, I'm not sure if people are paying directly attention. This is why I sit up there and say that you got levels to comedy. You got certain people that are just there. They are present and everybody knows it, and they are directly in that moment. They are directly in that moment. We also got something else. Let me scroll directly over real quick. Let me go back to the bookmarks here. I think we have one more thing as well dealing with Cat Williams. Oh yeah. I guess I might as well sit up there and show it. So we're gonna be looking at Big Worm. It flew back. Hold on. Let me scroll back down. We're gonna be looking at Big Worm himself. We're gonna see what Faison Love has to, say about Cap. We're gonna look directly at this, right? And pull this back.
Champ Williams.
And let me give you that screen right there, right?
Champ Williams. Champ Williams. It's hard to address lunacy and hypocrisy, downright ignorance. But it's so funny how many people think this dumb, stupid motherfucker is spitting truth. But that's the internet, I guess. You guys want to believe in something so bad. I guess you left God and now you believe in chimps like this nigga.
Now, I want you to pay attention to something, right? The other thing that Cat Williams spoke on, because this is a two-part thing. The other thing that Cat Williams spoke on in his interview is the fact that he has a very strong faith. He believes in God, right? And he was pointing out the fact that you got a cabal, or you got these groups of people. You got people out there that are godless, that don't believe. And you have Faison sitting up here trying to tell people like, hey, I guess since a lot of the people online, y'all don't believe in, and y'all left God, y'all just looking for something to believe in. But Cat is sitting up here talking about the industry. He's talking about how the industry is godless, how those in the industry don't even want you speaking of God or even about God, right? Because there are other aspects of which people, tend to lean towards or believe in. And Cat is basically drawing his line in the sand and basically saying that, I stand with God. I don't know where y'all stand with. That's why he brought up the whole thing of, the black men in the entertainment industry having to wear dresses, having to perform certain types of rituals or certain types of acts in order to get the type of money that they get. This is why he made a reference, like I told you guys before in the previous live streams, to a white comedian by the name of Gary Owen. And he basically said that Gary is a fine comedian, but the reason why he never crossed over was because he didn't sell his soul. He didn't give up his integrity. He didn't give something over in order to get that money that he deserves or that he wants. And then Gary came over on another interview on a podcast, and he confirmed what it is that Cat stated. He was like, yeah, I never sold my soul or gave, anything up. But there was an instance when he was stating that he was younger and he was with an exec, and he was basically reaching that point where it was like, so this is what people are talking about when you gotta make that choice, where you gotta make that decision. And he said it wasn't so much that the person was saying it, it was just the energy and the feeling and everything else that was in the room. And he said at that moment, he was like, no. And because he said no earlier on in his career, this is why Gary Owen, this is why his career is where it is at this moment in time. Because he opted to stay true to himself and not sacrifice or give over something in order to get all of that money and that fame and all of those other type of things. Right? And then you have Faison trying to say that, Cat is stupid, he's this, he just say that he's a liar. I'm waiting for all of these black male comedians just come out in a unison. Y'all all do a podcast. Just sit up there and say that Cat Williams is a liar. Just say that. But it's for whatever reason, they can't directly just say that he's a liar. They have to beat around the bush. They have to say this. They have to say that. They don't specifically address the conversation or specific points that he made. They're just saying, it's just sad he's calling out for help. But I'm like, if he's so incorrect, if he's so wrong, if he's telling all of us lies, then refute every single thing that he stated point by point, because I can go through, if I really wanted to do this, I could break down the podcast and the things that he talked about. I can tag those in with video like I did with the last live stream. So it's like, it's crazy for this dude to sit up here and say that Cat is just fabricating, but yet we have proof. And again, I just showed you proof of the gas station joke. And then the live stream before that, I showed you the proof with Designing Women when it came out back in 1987 and 88, where a black dude on there sat up there and told the bombastic or whatever joke it was, and then you see Cedric in the future telling that exact same joke. But then Cedric is trying to claim that, jokes is his and all this other type of... I'm like, yo, just admit that you didn't come up with it, that you quote unquote borrowed or lifted the joke. Just say that. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's continue with Faizon. I'm pretty sure he got some good points.
Who's an actual chimp, and you're not listening to what he's saying. He's actually calling for help. He's calling for help. None of the shit he says lines up with nothing. He runs a Fort something sub. This is where he tells on himself. He took a tractor trailer after stopping in a tractor trailer lot, a truck stop, and aborted that truck and went to Miami. He rode in the back of that truck with a stranger. Now, back then they had a saying.
So I want y'all to understand, right? And this is when it gets, and I want y'all to understand this. He's not saying things in a joking manner. Now, Kevin Hart, of course, we all know that what Cat was saying hurt him, right? But he was coming back in a comedic, or trying to come back in a comedic type of format, right? I respect that, no problem. He wasn't, in a sense, really trying to make personal attacks, right? When you have somebody, Faizon is supposed to be a comedian, right? So you would expect him to come through in a joking type of fashion, like he's going to word stuff. Like even in the interview, Cat was like still like coming through in a joking type of like format, the way that he was, doing certain stuff. What Faizon is about to sit up there and do is coming through as a person that is hurt by the words that were used, because he's now trying to make implications. He's now going to try to imply something about Cat Williams.
Ass, grass, or gas. Nobody rides for free. Cat was giving up that ass to take that ride. Because look, a Greyhound only costs $20 to go, maybe for $50. I'm a boy. He seems to have said that before. I want to talk about that ride down to Florida where you were selling stolen radios for $2,000.
So now we just moved the goalpost, right? So before, it was that Cat was just making up a whole bunch of stuff and nobody should believe him. And the only reason that we believe him is because we're godless, right? Trying to shift the blame. Notice that. He's trying to tell the public that we believe in Cat Williams because we're godless and we just need an idol and a God to believe in because we moved away from God, right? So that was goalpost move number one. Goalpost move number two is now he wanted to talk about Cat when he was 13, when he stated that, he left his parents due to the effect of him getting into an altercation with his father, right? And because he was, either cutting grass, shoveling snow, whatever he was doing, he ended up having money. He stated that he had about saved up $2,300 or $2,500, right? And he said after he got into that altercation and left his dad's house, he was like, yo, I'm just going to sit up there and, take my dog, pack my stuff, and I'm just going to sit up there and figure something out, right? He said in his own story, in his own words, that's what he did. Later on, Cass sat up there and said that in order to get to Miami, he sat up there and hitched a ride on an 18-wheeler. He had two choices, California or Miami. He chose Miami, and that's where he went. Now, mind you, it's funny that Faison left out the part that Cat Williams stated that at a young age, at 13, when he was hitching that ride, he had $2,300 on him. So when he made that little thing that he said was like cash, ass, or whatever it is, why would you automatically say that a 13-year-old Cat Williams was giving himself over to men in order to get a ride to Miami when that 13-year-old that you're talking about had $2,300 to $2,500 on him? So you mean to tell me that he couldn't just pay him out of pocket for the gas? That he automatically had to try to sell himself to get to Miami? That's a little bit weird to me. That's a little bit weird. That would be like me trying to make a correlation with Faison, right? Doing all of these suspectual type of scenes in movies or characters, and then trying to say that that's just him in real life with no type of proof. See how drastic of a step that is? Even though people say that when people are actually acting, they're not actually acting. It's them for real. Right? So case in point, Robert Downey Jr., he fits great as Iron Man, right? If you know the history of Iron Man is an alcoholic. If you look far back enough in Robert Downey Jr.'s life, Robert Downey Jr. had a problem with hookers. He had a problem, possibly maybe with gambling, but I know for damn sure he had a problem with drugs and alcohol. It wasn't a day back in Robert Downey Jr.'s youth that he was not in the headlines for being in jail for something, going to court for something. It was literally, if you look back at Robert Downey Jr. back in like the 90s and whatnot, he was in and out of court. So this is why Robert Downey Jr. playing Tony Stark, who is an alcoholic, who has an addiction problem, who has a certain type of attitude. This is why it fits, because that is Robert Downey Jr. Like I said, certain roles fit certain actors because it is that actor. So if I know that about Robert Downey Jr., his history, and I know the history of Iron Man and how that basically marinates and it fits, what would then I do with how it is that Faison Love does a lot of these suspectual characters and scenes? Shouldn't I basically team that up the exact same way I did with Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man? Or would that be stepping too far? But like I said before, this is a person that is hurt. This is, like he said, that Cat is crying out for help. No, he's the one that's crying out for help. Because the only way that people even remembers or know Faison Love other than Friday is because he shows up every now and again on Vlad TV. He shows up on other podcasts. The same way that people always, and shout out to Dame Dash, the same way that people always want to try to clown and get at Dame Dash because he's talking about previous stuff. This is Faison. The difference is Dame Dash stands on everything that he states. And he's about that life, trying to make sure that other people are going to be legitimate. They're going to be like bosses. The same thing that Cat has done as well too. Matter of fact, after this, I'm going to go into some other videos that I got directly up here where quite a few celebrities have come out and basically spoke on the generosity of Cat Williams. Now, isn't it funny how a multitude of people can speak positively about Cat Williams and his generosity, but yet you don't hear this when it deals with these other comedians? Ain't that interesting? It's almost as if this man is telling the truth about certain things. Matter of fact, let me, because we're gonna do this today. Because, like I said, a lot of this this clownery that's going on out here is crazy to me. Like it's real crazy seeing some of the comments that people want to sit up there and say and make. Matter of fact, here is one celebrity. It's gonna be a 2-part type of deal with the video, because I want to play both of the clips. So this is I want to say this should be like Jacquees, if I remember correctly. This is an artist. So we're going to listen to what it is that Jacquees has to say about Cat Williams and his generosity.
I'll be talking to Cat, right? He just might be like, hold on. Walk in the house, come back outside, 25,000. Like, man, just put everything back in.
I've heard stories of him being very generous, though.
He would just give you 25,000.
25,000. Then I fly to Vegas. I'm like, man,
the wrong neighbors.
I was like, man, Cat. He was like, what you did to that, man? I was like, man, I was out there at the store, man. I was like, man, they charging $2,000 for them Chrome Heart jeans. He was like, damn, we ain't finna be complaining about the wardrobe budget. Goddamn. When I left, I looked in my pocket. I had a jean jacket. I'm like, man, that nigga done left $10,000 in my pocket.
He don't want you to complain.
Like,
what?
Cat. White Cat. I'm like, Cat. He like, nah, nigga. And just hung up the phone. Then he texted me like, we ain't complaining about no wardrobe budget, man. Like, I'll be talking to Cat, right?
So you heard that, right? This dude decided to just go out on a limb and just do something nice. He sat up there and handed the dude some money. So it's like, hey, you don't even got to worry about it. You saying like, this is looking like a little bit too pricey. Don't worry, I got it. We're going to sit up there. Whatever we need to sit up there and get done, we're going to make sure to get it done without having no type of issues, no type of problems. And this is a dude who has money, right? And Cat decided to do this for him. But let's continue, because we got another one directly up here.
Yo, I was just sitting here thinking, and do me a favor.
It was like, what is up?
Anybody that do interviews or anybody know him, Cat Williams, if you're ever around him, ask him, how much money has he given away? Just given away. I just ask him that. Just be like, how much money have you given away? If you're around him, if you're interviewing him, just ask him.
Hey, Black First, what's up?
It has to be insane. Cat is one of the most generous people that you ever gonna meet. A lot of people don't know that. He don't get a lot of press and love for that. One of the most generous ever. He's had to have given away, I don't even know the number. It has to be crazy.
Now, I want y'all to understand this. And the reason I'm going to say this is because over the years, when it dealt with Cat, when he was doing his stand-up, specifically during certain stand-ups, and he would also come out on podcasts and different things, and he would talk about the industry, and he would shed light on certain other things because he was in the know. And he specifically told us this during some of his stand-up. He was like, yo, I'm not even supposed to be at these Hollywood mansion parties, but I'm here. And you would just go through the hallway, and you would just walk past or open the wrong door. And he was sitting up there saying how he saw 2 guys in there kissing. And he was like, is that the black dude from the Parkers? Right? And again, that's going to touch a lot of people the wrong way, because we all know at a lot of these Hollywood parties, this is where business gets done. This is where certain transactions get made so that people can get that money, or they can get that certain type of deal. They can get those beats. They can, get another artist, to do a track with them and all this other type of stuff. So during those times where Cat was giving a lot of this truth out for free, you saw the headlines. What was happening? You didn't see nothing positive about Cat Williams. You saw, he was getting into this fight. He was getting put out of a hotel. He was getting arrested. He was this. Those are all. And notice how the media was running. Any time that there was a potentiality that it was Cat Williams, they were just running with that narrative, and it was all over the place. Now, remember, this is the same media that told everybody in real time, all at the same time, that Dave Chappelle is a crackhead. Remember that. There is no Mandela effect or whatever is going on out here that is going to get rid of that. Remember, that happened in real time, all at the same time, in unison, by a multitude of mainstream media outlets, blogs, and whatever other sites that are directly out there. So Deon Cole is basically telling you that Cat Williams has given away a lot of money to a lot of people. And this is what Cat Williams also spoke on before. He didn't willingly bring this up. Shannon Sharpe had a question in the interview where he said, so Cat, I heard that comedians would, do their set, and then out of nowhere, women would show up and just bring them money from out of nowhere. And Cat was like, repeat that again. So Shannon repeated it again. And Cat went in to basically explain that he has, he knows of comedians that will do a great set. They would get a standing ovation, but yet they wouldn't be getting paid the money that they deserve. And Cat was like, wouldn't it be great if somebody would just break you off a little bit of something that you deserve without you having to do a sexual favor, like doing a sexual favor on me or having to do all this extraordinary stuff? Wouldn't that be great? So again, you have these guys coming out here and telling you that Cat is this generous, upstanding dude that was like, hey, I see you might be, struggling. I know that, you're a great comedian or whatnot or whatever. I got you. They might not sit up there and pay you, but because of the position that I'm in and because I had to sit up there and struggle and go through a lot of things, I'm going to, try to give you a little bit something so, you're not struggling, as hard, or maybe it might be something to, really help out. But let's continue.
Because there's a lot of people with stories about him giving money to. Case in point, I remember I was at the Comedy Store performing one night, got off stage. And this was like early on, before really a whole bunch of stuff was happening for me. I get off stage and everybody like, man, good set, good set, good set. So many people saying that. Some girl came and put something in my hand and said, good set, but I didn't see her. I just heard her and she walked off. And I thought it was like a phone number in my hand. And when everybody walked away and stuff, I looked in my hand and it was $1,000. And then I looked out in the audience trying to find the girl, and I'm like, man, I can't remember her face, and I couldn't see her, and I was just like, who gave me $1,000? But anyway, I just was like, wow. And later on, about a month later, somebody told me that happened to them, and they said Cat Williams was in the audience. And I put two and two together and was like, wow, he did that to me then. He never tell you, he never makes it known or any of that. So if you're ever around him, ask him. If you're ever around him, ask him, how much money have you just given away? And I bet
like I said, that's dope. That's real dope, because I want people to understand he don't have to sit up there and do that. And a lot of times we always sit up there and say like, yo, because I put it to you like this. How many rappers do you know help out other rappers? We know a lot of broke rappers. Like, remember Craig Mack? Remember that dude was broke? Remember he didn't have a lot of money? But yet, everybody in the entertainment industry of rap knew who he is, knew who he was. How come none of them sat up there and offered to like drop him like $1 million, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? They all got it. One person didn't have to sit up there and do it. They could have made sure to give him enough money where he could just be up on his feet so he could just, figure some stuff out. But that's not what happened. But you got Cat Williams that's like, yo, I understand the struggle. I see what it is that you're going through because I've been there. And I'm blessed enough by God to sit up there and be able to bless other people. So I'm going to bless those who are in the exact same arena that I am, be it if they're a comedian or if they're just a entertainer or whatnot. I'm going to sit up there and do that. And then on top of that, let's just try to go to a further aspect. We're just talking about him doing this with celebrities and them being able to realize that it was Cat Williams doing it. Now, what about Cat Williams without any cameras? What about Cat Williams just being in the public? Because remember, Cat was sitting up there stating when he was in different states, he would be walking. right? Because he has his kids, right? So you could actually see this dude walking around like a ordinary person. So who's to say that Cat Williams didn't do the same thing for other people? Just ordinary people. So, like I said before, you can multiply this and cut this a variety of different ways. The main thing that is basically showing and stating to you is fuck whatever Faizon Love basically stated. Because we're seeing continuous proof of who it is that Cat Williams is. And it's not by him just boasting and saying this, that. Other people are corroborating everything that he is stating. We got evidence on the internet showcasing what it is that he is stating. So it's not lies. Again, like I said before, not a celebrity out here as of yet. And we are on January 6th. This is also an anniversary of what took place on January 6th, but I digress. We are on January 6th, and not nearly a celebrity has come out and said anything against Cat. You know the funniest thing too? I haven't heard nothing from TD Jakes. I didn't hear nothing, especially from Diddy. Take that. I ain't hear nothing from Diddy. And y'all saw the video of Diddy I gave to y'all that I played for y'all yesterday. Yo, I like that, daddy. I like that, daddy. I like the way that you scraping and scrambling. I like the way that you scraping and scrambling. That was Diddy saying that to another grown man, calling him daddy. And remember what Cat said. He was like, I was invited to some Diddy parties, but you just gotta learn how to tell Diddy no. And that should speak volumes to a lot of people. Like I said, Cat was saying a lot of stuff without saying a lot of stuff. So remember, certain people can't afford to come out and basically say certain things because it's in a sense going to give a little bit of validity. Right? Again, what was it, Cassie and P. Diddy? We heard some of the stories and some of the things, the wild things that was going on there. So if that wild stuff was happening, you can only imagine what goes down at a Diddy party. Like I said, why would TD Jakes, the God, be there? Why would he be there? If we know that P. Diddy is into some wild stuff, if we know that he's in a relationship or was in a relationship with Young Miami, and Diddy likes to golden shower his women, right? Like I said, all of this information is directly out there. I am not lying about nothing. All of that stuff is directly out there because she opened her mouth both ways and stated this information, right? And then we also saw the video footage of Diddy talking about he like different flavors, and he was just listing guys that he was hanging out with. Like I said, saying the list of guys that you were hanging out with, and then saying that you like different flavors. I'm not sure if people are paying attention. This dude was clearly off the alcohol, and he was speaking. He was speaking a great deal of many truths, but nobody was paying attention. And then especially when he was talking to Fabulous, and he was saying like, "Do you miss me? Do you really miss me? When we gonna hang out? When we gonna really hang out? When I'm gonna see you again?" Right? Saying a lot of stuff. Saying quite a bit of things. How come you invite me to your party? Like I said, and you got Faizon out here trying to push the things that Cat was saying directly out of the rug. Let me tell you this. Cat did a multitude of things, but the one thing I sit up there and tell people right now is that for some of the celebrities that might not be in the limelight, for some of the comedians that people might have forgot about or didn't know anything about, Cat has now allowed them a platform to basically show back up. So irregardless on what it is that people basically feel about Cat and what it is that he stated, understand the effect and the power that he has where he can draw in people. And that is what he did on that Shannon Sharpe interview. He is literally commanding attention. He called out certain names. Faizon Love is able to go right back out here because he called him out by name, right? And he can make a whole bunch of videos and say all this stuff about Cat Williams all over again. to sit up there and stay relevant, to sit up there and get some money from whoever is, going to interview him or listen to him. Because now he has a certain type of pull that he can now command. It's like, yo, Cat just called me out on a video. I can speak right now if you offer me a few $1,000s to be directly on a podcast for about, an hour worth of content or whatnot or whatever. Now he can sit up there and command a certain type of money. Because realistically, Faizon Love ain't commanding, no type of money. He ain't commanding no hundreds of thousands. He's not doing that. Because he's not making that type of pull. But technically, because there's a 15 minutes of fame that's going on right now, this can very much help him out. So he better try to squeeze out every single ounce of this, because things like this don't last too long before something else pops up. A Capo, what is up? What is up? You said it's like 50? Yeah. Miss Callahan said Biggie died broke and he had one of the best albums out at the time. That's crazy. Israelite said Cat too real for the industry. Yeah. A Capo said 50 gave a lot of people money too. He got in the industry after. Oh, that's another thing too that I wanted to highlight. When I was talking about Taraji, I forgot to mention that as well. Irregardless on how people feel about 50, be it like arrogance or whatnot or whatever, that dude is a smart businessman. Don't get it twisted. You might dislike some of the things that he has done, but you can't discredit the fact that this dude is a smart businessman. And on top of the fact that he is willing to support his people. When Monique was getting blackballed, who was the one to sit up there and step up for her? The whole industry stepped away from Monique. Damn near the black community stepped away from Monique, was not even trying to hear nothing that she was saying. The main person that stepped up for her was 50. Offered her a job. Said, we got to get her back on the screen. Yada, yada, yada. All this stuff. And he did that. And then he said the same thing with Taraji. He was like, yo, it's messed up what's going on. We're going to probably have to sit up there and make some stuff happen. So, like I said, I appreciate, what it is that he's doing, because I'm not seeing nobody else do it. Whenever you got black actors getting blackballed or going through certain things, I'm not seeing black people in the industry, come through and try to pick up these black actors. They're getting left directly to the wayside. Case in point, look at Jonathan Majors. How many black actors are coming other than Megan Good? How many black actors are coming to Jonathan Majors' rescue? How many black actors are speaking up for Jonathan Majors? How many of them are trying to do some type of small movie with him just so, some money can keep coming in? Nobody. That dude got full-fledged abandoned. If that does not show you that there is a certain type of control in the industry, I don't know what to tell you. Like I said before, if they want to hide secrets from you, they're going to do it in plain sight. How can you explain to me that Jonathan Majors, one of the hottest up-and-coming black actors, Marvel movies, Lovecraft Country, he was going to have some Air Force or Army commercials. He had a lot of stuff going. He was on a magazine cover. He was all over the place. Everybody was talking about him. The buzz was all great. As soon as they was like guilty, as soon as he was going through this whole thing with his girlfriend during the time, magically, nobody wanted to be associated. Nobody wanted to be around him. Nobody wanted to speak of his name. It was like he was Candyman. It was like he was Lord Voldemort, who shall not be named. Nobody wanted to name drop or be associated around it at all. Doesn't it seem a little bit reminiscent of Johnny Depp? The same thing happened to Johnny Depp when it was dealing with the whole Amber Heard trial. Remember how no celebrities in Hollywood was really trying to speak up for Johnny Depp? For you, and I want to make people understand, you would not have a Pirates movie, Pirates of the Caribbean movie, if it wasn't for Johnny Depp. You take him out, you're not having a franchise, because he made and he is that movie. That's, everybody was like, oh, Jack Sparrow, Jack Sparrow, Jack Sparrow. I can't name you any other characters there. All I know is Jack Sparrow. I might know some of the villains or some of the other important characters, right, that wasn't a part of that gang. I can probably list them, but I can't sit up there and tell you anybody else. But you didn't see any of those people come up and try to show support for Johnny Depp. Everybody in the industry literally dropped that man overnight. But you know who was still winning out here? Amber Heard was still winning. She was still getting love. She was still getting some type of support. You had some people making some rumbles and some mumbles, directly about her name. But like I said before, if people don't believe me, pay attention to what it is that they show you. And the industry will sit up there and show you a lot of these things in plain sight, in 4K, real time. So that it's inexcusable for people to think that, oh no, there's not some huge conspiracy and what? Like I said, that's not even real life. Even if you got somebody that committed a crime, guess what? You're going to have their friends and family showing up at the trial. They're still going to be repping for that person. They're still going to be talking about that person. That's real life. When you're dealing in that celebrity world, the moment in time that they blacklist your name, the moment in time that they blackball you, oh yeah, it's a memo that's put out to everybody like, oh, this person is on the list right now. They're in timeout. I can't mess with them. I can't talk to them. I can't associate myself. Because if they associate themselves with that person, if they even try to stand up and speak up for that person, they're going to end up facing penalties as well. It's not going to be as harsh as that person that's on trial, but they're going to face penalties as well. Because the industry is telling you like, all right, Jonathan Majors blackballed. Don't talk to him. We better not see no pictures. We better not see this. We better not see that. We better not even hear a mumble that y'all even went out to eat. Because if we do, we're going to start cutting back some of the money from you as well. And that's what happened. That's what happened. And now you see Marvel talking about, oh, well, the whole thing with Kang the Conqueror, that wasn't working. We were going to, move over towards Doctor Doom anyway. If anybody knows the comic books, if you look at the Secret Wars, Doctor Doom was already a part of that. So for them to sit up there and say that, oh, poor movie sales and all this other, nah. You're not going to sit up there and tell me when you had all of the buzz of, Kang the Conqueror, both good and bad. And I'm talking about the bad aspect because you had people that was quote unquote, it's always the certain color of comic book fans that want to talk about, oh my, they're trying to, take away the authenticity or the originality of the character by having somebody black play them, right? People always want to get mad about that, right? And cool, no problem. But again, it was publicity. So any publicity is good publicity. So any which way it went, he was getting publicity. But magically they were making it seem like, nah, the movie it was just bad. It just, it sucked. It just wasn't doing it. I just want to be honest with a lot of people here. If Marvel wants to start talking all of this shit when it deals with Jonathan Majors and Kang the Conqueror, a lot of your movies haven't been doing it for a while. And that's just the real fact. Marvel has had a lot of failures and people don't want to speak up and talk about that. People only want to highlight, oh yeah, Iron Man and this and that. And let me just reiterate for a lot of people that might be a little bit confused, Marvel would not have a Marvel Cinematic Universe if it wasn't for Wesley Snipes' Blade. People tend to forget that. And if you don't know what it is that I'm talking about, I need you to go do your history and your research. I don't care if Marvel did not officially have their name associated with that or whatnot or whatever. We're realistically speaking about the character. Blade is a Marvel character. I don't care if you didn't see the Marvel comic thing at the front of it and all this other type of shit. I can give a fuck less. Blade is a Marvel character. That is a Marvel property. Because Blade worked out as a superhero film and they were able to make that into a trilogy, this is where Robert Downey Jr. was able to sit up there and flourish and be the Iron Man, the Tony Stark that we have at this moment in time. So I need a lot of people to do their history. And like I said, this is no disrespect to Robert Downey Jr. fan, but he is not the reason for the start of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was a black man. It was Blade. I might have got a little bit off topic, but that's how rants go. Oh yeah, Israel, yeah, Spawn as well. But I didn't list Spawn because Spawn is still owned by Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane never sold that off. Spawn still has, its own universe and stuff like that. It's almost sort of like Milestone Comics. If you don't know what Milestone Comics is all black comic universe. It's pretty dope. It's been here since like the early 90s. Just in case if you might not know about that, go research it. Also, what Milestone Comics has decided to do is that they were going to re-release a lot of the older comics that they had, and they were going to publish and put those right back out. But also, Milestone Comics is a part of DC. So this is why you see Static Shock and Icon and other characters from Milestone Comics universe directly in the DC universe, right? So you got Milestone Comics with DC, then you got Marvel, and then you got Todd McFarlane's Spawn, universe. But yeah, that was a rant. I'm not exactly sure. I know how I got there. I was talking about Jonathan Majors. I had to remind myself. I had to remind myself. I'm like, how did I get here talking about Jonathan Majors? So right now I'm trying to there was another interview.
Sells out play.
Let me see. Faison Love, he was hating on Courtney Wayne. Yeah, he said Kevin Hart is not even funny. I'm not even gonna go into that one. I'm not even gonna go directly into that one. So we're gonna go into another aspect, right? Because again, like I was telling y'all before, when it deals with the entertainment industry and how it is that they try to do black men, we're gonna let another black man, an older black man specifically, tell you what the industry tried to do with him, right? And it goes as stated. Friday After Next actor DC Curry states that Hollywood tried to put him in a dress, but he refused, right? So let's go into that. And shout out to Comedy Hype for the clip that we're seeing on Twitter.
Yeah, I seen an interview where you mentioned that same particular quote, if I can make a living without selling my soul. You said in 2016 in an interview with the journalist Kat Harvey. That's pretty big in terms of the conversation about selling your soul in Hollywood. Have you kind of witnessed things that you've seen others tend to lose themselves in this game?
I know some people now who would do anything to be famous. I know some people that are in the game that are moderately famous that would do anything to take it up another level. I know some people in Hollywood that are financially comfortable that would do anything to take it up a notch. I mean, that's your prerogative, but
now you would do Friday. We got Friday, next Friday, then Friday After Next. Naturally, things kind of progressed, moved on. But was there a reason why we stopped seeing you in more movies? Did you kind of make a decision to kind of step away from Hollywood?
No, I was never offered a whole lot of minutes. I was on Grace Under Fire for a year.
Okay.
Which was television, not movies. And, I did some bit parts and other things with, I was on Steve Harvey, guest appearance, Steve Harvey and Tracy Morgan show. But no offers came in movie-wise that I thought would be good for me to do and that I could, I hate to keep bringing it up, that I could tolerate in my soul. Now, I got offered some parts that I said, I can't do that. Even though it's acting, and then it would start messing with your mind. Why would they offer me a part like that so far away? What do you want me to be a woman for when you got black women actresses who are funny?
Bars.
In Hollywood, been out there trying to make it, and you want to give me a part like that?
So they try to put you in a dress?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was kind of like, you're going to bite this bullet and then you in. Well, you got the wrong nigga.
So you heard that, right? Now let me reiterate what he stated. You have a lot of great. We got the Viola Davises, directly out here, right? We have a slew of great actresses. So instead of trying to get a black woman and have her basically fit that role and to be there for that scene, you want to have a black man directly in a dress for what reason? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to have a black woman there that can actually play the role and all of these things? Why would you want a black man in a dress? So like I said, a lot of the things that a lot of people wanted to state that, oh, nobody has proof of, all of this conspiracy in Hollywood and selling souls and you got to do all of this and that. We got proof. You got actors. We're in 2024 and we're just at the first week and you have actors coming out. You have other people coming out and giving fields of information that you have never heard before from the mouth of an actor. They're literally showing up on these podcasts, doing their own like IGs or setting up their own cameras. And they're like, yo, I'm about to give you this truth. I'm about to give you this information. Whether if you're ready for it or not, you're about to get this information. He told you directly from his mouth that, yo, Hollywood tried to sit up there and put me in a dress. And I told them that they got the wrong one. And you see what his brother's career is. And I remember Grace Under Fire. I remember seeing him on there. But that was a while ago. That was a hell of a long time ago. But like I said before, it's a cost to everything. So just like the video I showed y'all last live stream yesterday, during a 6-hour live stream, Brandon T. Jackson sat up there and stated what? That Cat Williams was the first one to warn him, don't put on that dress. Don't put on that dress. That was Cat Williams that told him that. So not only is Cat Williams generous when it deals with money, but he's generous with trying to help out young black talent, trying to navigate. Like I said, he's not going to try to just be directly in your way and be like, yeah, you ain't about to do this. No. He's going to tell you, and he's still going to leave it up to you to decide. Brandon T. Jackson sat up and said that he regrets that decision. And that now that he's awakened, that he has knowledge and information, he would never, ever be put back in the dress. You will never, ever see him do anything like that ever again. And if you don't believe me, go and look at Brandon T. Jackson's IG, and you will see what type of time he is on. And he stated that the only reason that he did it during that time was, he was just getting into the industry. He's just trying to, get some money and, and stuff like that. Again, he's young. And this is what I told people before. When you're dealing with like young guys, it's easy to, in a sense, put them in these predicaments or these positions where you can coerce them to do this because they're like, well, I got a family, I got kids, I'm just trying to do this. It's easy to sit up there and get them with that. It shouldn't be easy to get a grown man to do this. Like I said, one has an excuse. The other one does not. There is no excuse for a grown man to be doing that. Like I said, you're looking at a grown man. This is an elder who sat up there and told Hollywood, you ain't putting me in no dress. Like I said, people better pay attention. Let me see.
Because 7 shows on TV all at once.
Let me see. What's the now this is a clip that I showed before. I think at one time, and this is going to show you how real Bernie Mac is, because I want y'all to pay attention to this. Right? This is the Bernie Mac show. Right? And I think they're supposed to do a shot. It's sort of like Good Times, right? And you're going to see. Matter of fact, let me just play it before I explain. Let me just play it. Watch.
Real steady.
Actually, on the lap, you're sitting. Did you wait?
No.
It would be her. Abby, isn't Jeremy on the other side? Where am I? I'm going to show you. Ow! Oh, he's actually going to sit on your lap. No? Okay. Do we have an apple box? We can sit right there.
Real steady.
I want y'all to pay attention. Maybe if y'all didn't catch it, let me make y'all understand something. They were trying to have Bernie's nephew to sit directly on his lap. He was like, no, we ain't doing that. And you saw him look directly over. He was looking directly over at whoever. He was like, no, we ain't doing this. And that was the first time. And like I said, he's a kid, right? He's a kid at the time. So he's doing it because they're telling him to do it. This is why I told y'all before. This is why I don't fault kids when they fall victim to these things, because they don't know, they don't understand. They're just being told, haha, yeah, do this. It'll be funny. It's for the shot. It's this, it's that. But there's an ulterior motive. There's another message. There's another meaning behind a lot of these things that they decide to do, right? So you see him all happy and having the normal face that he has, right? And you see how uncomfortable Bernie Mac is. You see the way that his body is leaning directly away from the child actor. Like I said, it's telling you something, right? So as we keep going, he moves his hand to push him off of his lap. He's like, nah, we ain't doing this. And he's looking, directly at him, right? And the kid is trying to, just, I guess, be fine, directly with it, because he's unsure. He don't know exactly what's going on. He's not sure if he did something wrong or whatnot or whatever, but he's still trying to, get the shot because that's what's supposed to happen, right? And then he looked back at, Bernie, and then you see the same woman that sat up there and told him, like, okay, we're going to have you basically sit on Bernie's, lap the first time over here. Bernie directly said, no. He said that about 2 times. And then he also showed you body language saying that, yo, I ain't doing this. So then she comes over here and then specifically directs the kids like, okay, we're going to have him sit on your lap right here. And Bernie has the look on his face. Look at the eyebrow. His eyebrow is raised. The kid is looking. He's looking for some type of confirmation, right? He's looking to Bernie as that leader, as that actual, like father figure. It's like, okay, like, what are we doing here? It's like, you said, no over here. And she's basically pulling me over here to basically do the exact same thing. So he's looking directly at him. And you see Bernie still technically pulling back. He's like, nah, we're not sitting up here doing this, right? And this is when she's like, oh, okay, we're not doing this. And then they have him sit directly on the side. You could have had him sit on the side to begin with. But like I said, they wanted to portray a certain type of message, a certain type of image. And this is why I sit up there and tell a lot of parents out there, be very careful when you decide to put your kids up in Hollywood. One of the Coreys, like I said, I need people to go back and do their research. People need to go back and look at the Coreys. People need to go follow that storyline, follow how everything was transpiring, how they had a meteoric, start to fame, and how everything was going so fast to the point where, they were getting into alcohol and drugs and going to Hollywood parties. Like I said, people don't understand. People not paying attention. A lot of these young childhood stars, they're going to Hollywood parties. They're seeing a lot of these things that go on. Pay attention. Remember Usher and P. Diddy? What do you think that Usher was seeing at a lot of those parties? What do you think might have potentially happened? When Usher talks about some of those parties, he doesn't make direct eye contact with the person that he's talking to. Usher starts looking in other directions. I didn't watch some interviews. That's a look of embarrassment. That's a look of, maybe I shouldn't talk about this. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Like I said, Usher was a child going into the entertainment industry, and he was around adults. None of these kids are around their peers. They're around full-fledged grown adults. And they're around and seeing and doing adult things. Don't matter if it's drugs, don't matter if it's alcohol, don't matter if it's quote-unquote extracurricular activities with other adults. They're doing a lot of things that they shouldn't be doing at that age. So like I said before, people got to pay very close attention to how it is that Hollywood tries to position and do certain things. This is why Cat Williams was so angry on Shannon Sharp's podcast when it dealt with Steve Harvey and Bernie Mac, because he is riding for Bernie Mac, because you don't hear nobody else standing up for Bernie Mac. You don't hear nobody else speaking up for Bernie Mac. You don't hear nobody else defending that man. This is one of the reasons why I admire Bernie Mac, because he's like, yeah, we ain't doing this, because he already understood what it was. And he's like, yeah, this we ain't having it. This ain't about to start with me, and nor will it start. When you go back and you listen to a lot of the kids when they talk about Bernie, they love that man. They cared about that dude. And they miss him a lot. Because more than likely, he was one of the few that actually gave a damn about them. Because it's very hard to actually, in Hollywood, find a lot of adults that care about the kids, that want to actually protect them, make sure that they are okay. He was one of those people. Arthur said these handlers, yep. Fox said Bernie probably wouldn't even allow his nephew to do that. Yep. Israelite said, now I see why Terrence Howard straight quit acting. Yes, it's a lot of trifling behavior. Like I said, you got people like this that work in the background that will tell actors and actresses and kids what specifically they need to do. So like I told y'all before, if you really want to know what's going on, just look at what it is that they're doing. They show it to you. It's in plain sight. It's impossible not to sit up there and see it unless you want to be willfully ignorant of the information that they give you. Like I said, they'll give you the information. They'll also give you some lies as well, but they will show you the information. Like I said, it was like the live stream that I gave y'all before about Balenciaga. I had everything put together. And if you look up Balenciaga, you look up the kids that are in the Balenciaga advertisements, they have a caution tape, right? Yellow and black. And it says ball, B-A-A-L. Go look up what ball is. Go look up what how people would worship Baal and how people would worship Moloch. And what it is that these people would sacrifice to these deities and to these gods. And a lot of the same thing happens within Hollywood and a lot of other places. But again, it's out there in the open, but people just don't want to pay attention to it. They want to say that, oh, it's conspiracy. You don't have any proof. You don't have this. When you go back, I might upload that at a certain point in time, or I might put it up on the Patreon. When the information that I put specifically about that it took me a minute to basically get, there was a lot of things in a lot of Balenciaga advertisements that pointed to things dealing with minors. They had court papers where in the court papers, when you actually look up the documentation, it was specifically stating that they were trying to state that it was okay to have certain types of materials dealing with minors. And that was spread across the desk. You had certain books that were there that were dealing with minors. One of the artists came up with a book where it has these naked minors running amok, no parents, no nothing, and they're just doing very devious behavior. Where you will see in one of the pictures, and this is a man that made this book, that made these quote unquote caricatures of these kids or whatever. And in one instance of the book of these naked kids, you sit up there and see one of the kids set another kid on fire. And there was other things that, I pointed out, as well when it dealt with that. But like I said before, it's a lot of stuff, and this is dealing with the entertainment industry. And this is when I sat up there and told people that a lot of these entities will tell you who it is that they are. And they're basically telling you this because they have to, out of karmic type of reasons. Right? If the truth is basically out there and you still decide to follow them, or you still decide to take into the brand or whatever it is, that's on you. They're not at fault for that now. So if you find out later that things are happening behind the scenes that are, pretty bad, it is what it is, because they already told you from the get-go. Like I said, there's no reason to have advertisements where you have children and you got certain adult type of things in the background with teddy bears like BDSM and different stuff of, that nature. Just like the other videos that I've pointed out to you guys before dealing with minors. And there are certain types of images that are placed. I can't really put those directly up here. because there might be some problems, because we've already, you know, seen how YouTube works and how it acts. So I got to work in certain perimeters, you know, just to be able to say certain things without triggering other things. Right. So in some of the videos that I used to have up here, I showed you guys certain symbols that they would put on children's toys. And those symbols were meant to signal the types of groups that were interested in these types of minors, if it was a boy or if it was a girl or if it was both. And I put that specifically out there again to showcase and to tell parents that, yo, if you really love and you care about, you know, your kids and you're a guardian and everything of that sort, it is a must that you know these symbols. It is a must that you pretty much brand that information into your brain so that when you go out there in the world, your eyes are automatically, it's like it's like muscle memory. Your mind, because you trained yourself to basically memorize it, you can automatically start spotting stuff left and right. It's like once I started seeing certain symbolisms and symbols in video games, because I basically, you know, dived headfirst into certain information, I was able to spot this in a lot of video games. I'm like, why would this be in a video game? Why would you put this out of all the things that you could have here? Why would you put this in the corner in some dead end in a video game for that to be seen? It's like you're putting that for a certain reason. Like I told people before, a lot of these things are advertisements. And they're advertising certain things, or they're advertising to certain people or certain groups. Right? So, you know, again, another reason why I'm showcasing this Bernie Mac thing, you know, to you guys, is it goes with the same thing that I've told you guys before. I talk about a lot of things directly on this platform, but the one main thing that I do my best to try to speak up for is kids, for the minors. And I do my best in a multitude of ways to try to do that because they need to be protected. You're clearly seeing a black man protect them. And that's another thing too. A lot of people like to say that black men don't care about the kids, don't care about the family, they don't try to protect. You clearly see Bernie Mac, a black man. That's what he's doing. So, you know, like I said before, multifaceted, you know, type of thing, probably might have took a curve left, you know, when it's dealing with the conversation and, you know, and all of the information. But, you know, I just wanted to, you know, put that out there. So now I'm going to try to find, let me see if I can minimize that. There are some other things that I wanted to list. I have other videos as well, but I'm going to see if I can find. Oh, matter of fact, we're going to go right back to Bernie Mac because he's going to, you know, tell us something very interesting. And this goes back to what Kat was talking about with Shannon. Because remember how Big Worm, aka Faison, was trying to say, you know, all of this other type of stuff about Cat Williams and how it is that we just believe the words that he's saying. Again, there's other people on social media that's doing the exact same thing, trying to talk about Cat Williams, trying to speak on a topic, but they're not really trying to speak on it, which is crazy to me. So to refute a lot of those things that people are saying, let me just go back to Bernie Mac. Because again, he's no longer here. So you're not going to debate with a person that's no longer here because you're just going to look stupid. So let's just listen to what the King of Comedy has to state, right? So let me just give y'all that image real quick.
You don't do your material around a lot of comedians. That's like stealing in front of the police. You know? They mean well, but they sit on the side. Oh, that's funny. Next thing you know, you see it on HBO or something. You be sitting at home. That shit mine, you know? But ain't nobody gonna believe first come, first serve. You know? So when you do new stuff, you never, I'm telling you, for you comics coming up, never bring your stuff out in front of a house full of comedians. You will never work a lot. Especially established comedians like myself, you'll never work a lot. Make sure you keep that. But I want that question to be asked on the couch. They be stealing your shit for real? Yeah. You don't do your material around a lot of comedians.
Now you heard that, right? He was being dead serious, but he was joking at the same time. I hope people are able to understand that. He was sitting up there giving advice to a lot of the other comedians coming up. He was like, yo, if you do your work that you sat up there and spent like a week or 2 weeks or whatever on rewriting 100 times, if you do this and it's funny in front of other comedians, they will sit up there and steal it. And he was saying more specifically, like people who are in the higher up area like me, because again, it's easy for them to do. If they decide to sit up there and still work, who's going to sit up there and say that it's stolen? The smaller comedian is not going to sit up there and say it, because people are going to say like, oh, you're just jealous of that person. Oh, what proof do you have? Oh, you're not even funny anyway. Right? That's what a lot of people are going to say about a smaller comedian when it deals with a larger comedian stealing their work. But like I showed y'all before, both Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer sat up there and stole somebody else's work. But yet they're trying to claim the title of being like a king of comedy. But how can you be a king if you're not really making stuff yourself? If you're taking it from other people, if you're stealing it from other people, if you're borrowing that joke from other people, you're supposed to be able to think off the dome. That's like somebody who is a poet stealing from Maya Angelou. You're not actually a poet. You just plagiarized. Right? So if you're a comedian, you should be able to sit by yourself in some log cabin in the woods or in Utah, and you're just sitting there for months like Alan Wake, and you're just writing a whole bunch of jokes. So you got a list of 1,000 jokes. So now that you got those, you're going to go to, as Kat would say, a rink-a-dink town or wherever it is, and you're going to start doing your work there. You're going to sit up there and see what sticks and what doesn't. And you're going to run that circle quite a few times up until you can fine-tune all of those jokes, and you got something that works, and then you're going to, I guess, make a set or whatever around all of that. So like I said, Bernie Mac, R.I.P., told you exactly what it is. He told you how they sit up there and get down. Like I said, and you heard people laughing. And it wasn't even like he was trying to like force people to laugh or anything like that. He was just sitting up there just naturally saying it. And he gave, maybe some, body position, kind of funny and all this other, but he's dead serious. He is dead serious. Wait, Ms. Callahan said that Tiffany Haddish just dropped a video responding to Kat. When did this happen? Hold on. Let me hold on. Wait. Let me now I gotta Lord. This is gonna be something. Let me see this. Tiffany. When I know I spelled her name wrong, even though you just put it up there. Ah, there we go. Oh, wow. It was just right there. Hold on. Let me see. Tiffany Haddish. Let me see. Uh-oh. All right. Tiffany Haddish responded, I guess. Let's see what she got to say here.
I've been doing shit. I was on That's So Raven. I was on all this shit. I did extra work. I was on all of the white people TV shows, the black people TV shows. I used to be on Dance 360, bitch. I've been out here. I've been telling jokes since 1996. 1996. This nigga said, oh, they wouldn't let her perform in the Comedy Store. That's true. They wouldn't let me perform on the white nights in the Comedy Store, but I performed on all the black nights. They wouldn't let me perform on the white nights at the Improv, but I performed on all the black and Latino nights. And so the rest of my to LA, nigga.
I don't even know if I can even call that a response. Faison, technically, even though I don't even that response was stupid, but he had more of a response than Tiffany had. I don't even know what this is. Kevin Hart had more of a response than Tiffany Haddish. And like I said, she's at Improv, and this is supposed to be like a part of, you know, her set or whatever. That's crazy. Like Cat Williams once said, name your favorite Tiffany Haddish joke. I'll wait. Because I can't give you one. Can't give you one. Like he said before, I don't even think Tiffany Haddish has ever done even like a 1 hour set special at all. Like I said, I can't give you a Tiffany Haddish joke or anything like that. I can barely even sit up there and list to you the roles that she has done. So, you know, like I said, and then you also see what Tiffany Haddish is doing. Like, she's going all over the place. She's getting DUIs. She's being drunk directly in traffic in a moving vehicle. She's drunk at these Hollywood like get-togethers, calling Shakira. It was bad. And that was last year. It was bad. Like I said, I don't know what she's going through, but she needs to get a lot of stuff under check. She needs to do that. That response was terrible, though. That response was dead terrible. Arthur said lots of symbolism in Disney movies. Facts. Says subconscious mind. The conscious mind draws from what is in the subconscious mind. Yep. Said good work. Much appreciation. I try. You also said Dave Chappelle shared his story when his joke was taken. I think I might have that up there. Israelite said, said I don't like her. Oh, man. Other said explaining. He didn't say they wouldn't let her perform. He said she only performed in or on a certain stage. Yeah, which is true. And she corroborated what, like, again, we're looking at all of these comedians respond to Cat Williams. Nobody is calling him a liar. Why is that? Why is that? When Ice Cube, he came up there, he said some stuff. You didn't hear him call Cat a liar. You didn't hear him say nothing. And then I'm not sure if people saw like the video of Ricky Smiley. It was like this dude was on a live or whatever. And he just like burst out and started crying. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I'm like, that's tough. But like I said, I'm like, yo, bro, you gotta get some stuff together. Like I said, for Ricky Smiley, I don't know what you're going through. Cat did say one thing. He was like, I don't know why you would get up here lying after you done just sat up there and lost your son. That's why people believe in rituals right now. Like I said, people got to pay attention. Cat can sit up there and say some stuff without saying it, and people ain't even catching on. Because out of all the stuff that Cat said, why would Ricky Smiley need to sit up there and why would he start breaking down? Some people are going to say, well, you know, maybe he's thinking about his son and different stuff like that. I mean, that is a possibility, but you mean to tell me that magically in this time frame when you got everything going on with Cat and this is the hottest thing out, magically that will be the moment that you're going to think about that now? It's like, nah, that's not really jiving with me. Like I said, there's matter of fact, let me see. Do I got that video for y'all? Hold on, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I can actually put that up here. Let me see if I can get it. Because we're gonna look at this real quick. Hopefully I do got it up here. Yeah, here we go. Right, so you're watching Ricky Smiley. He's sitting up there making coffee. Right? You said his son passed in January. Like I said, it's possible, but the timing to me is just weird.
get you anything? Can I get you water or something, man?
Okay.
You doing okay? All right.
Yeah.
Can we give you a minute?
Thank you. Thank you.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate you.
Of course, of course.
Right? So we all saw that, right? So shout out to Arthur. Let me know the information. Like I said, I didn't know when his son passed. But again, going back to what Cat said, he was like, I don't know why you would get up on this show and lie, knowing the fact that you just lost your son. This is the reason why people believe in rituals. And what is the main thing? Case in point, look at this. Let's take it like this. Go back and think about all of the celebrities, your favorite celebrities, and think about the people that they lost. In however weird or strange occurrence that all of these things take place. Think about it. A lot of these celebrities lose kids. A lot of them lose kids. Some celebrities have lost 2 kids. Some of them have lost back to back. And if it ain't the kids, they end up losing their wife. Or they'll lose somebody very, very important. Because they always state that it is needed that you have to give up something that you deem important, something that you love more than anything else. Because if people are not paying attention, look at a lot of celebrities' kids at this moment in time, and look at how a lot of these celebrities try to protect their kids. If the entertainment industry is what celebrities say that the entertainment industry is, why would you need to protect your kids? Why would a lot of celebrities say that, no, I don't want my child being a rapper. No, I don't want my child being a singer. I don't want my child being an actor. Why would you say that? They're saying that because they want their children to be safe. They want to shelter them from the things that they know that go on behind the scenes in the entertainment industry, in a lot of cases, from a lot of the things that either they've seen, done, or experienced. But people ain't paying attention. Why is it that out of, like, when I think about how celebrities and their kids are like passing away magically, it's by some circumstances or whatever it is, and I think back to how many people that I might have lost. It was never any type of circumstances that I've seen like with celebrities, and back to back countless times. Never. It's always just been the normal, like somebody passed because of old age. Right? You might have had an instance where somebody actually real life wise did have a drug problem, and it was a drug deal that went wrong, and that basically happened. But a lot of these celebrities, they go by drug overdose. They inevitably they're found in water. They're found in a bathtub. Or they pass by some weird type of thing. Like, didn't that happen to like Obama's chef? Like, didn't his chef, wasn't he found like he disappeared in water or something like that? Wasn't that what happened? What about the girl from Glee? Didn't she sit up there and lose her life? Like, she just slipped off of a boat and they couldn't find her body for a little bit of time. Like I said, people gotta pay attention. And then Kat made a joke about Jamie Foxx, and notice how he didn't say nothing yet. He sat up there and said that Jamie Foxx, at one point in time, everybody remembers, Jamie Foxx came down with an impossible like illness, like something that they never seen before, and then magically he was cured of that same illness. You got something that you ain't. Haven't we heard that story before, where magically, like, you know, medical science, they run into something that we've never seen before, and then they magically out of nowhere have a cure for it? I could have sworn this was a storyline that we seen recently, but I ain't gonna say what it is. Shout out to YouTube though. I ain't gonna say what it is though. If people, you know, paid attention to, you know, what's been happening recently, you know exactly what it is that I'm referring to. It sounds you know, very interesting. The other interesting thing that I found as well that some people had some videos of is that when the world was secluded, you go back and you look at quite a few celebrities like Ellen, and you look at their pants and you see like a bulge on their ankle. And if anybody's been around anybody who has had an ankle monitor, that's exactly what that looks like. They have the ankle jewelry directly on. In certain clips, you might have saw Oprah with that as well too. And in a weird video Ellen had up there, she said that everybody needs to be smart and pay attention to the smart people directly out there. And that ended up being an acronym for something else. But anyways, I digress. Like I said, a lot of these things are very interesting. Going back to the whole Ricky Smiley thing, it's just a weird coincidence that during this week, when all of this is happening with Cat, that he breaks down, he starts crying. Like I said, and like Arthur has stated, his son had passed in January, and this is January at this moment in time. So, stuff is very much possible. It's an odd coincidence, because the video that I showed you with Kevin Hart, he looked kind of stressed out too, dealing with the thing with Cat, because you saw him being real serious at one moment when his friend brought that up. He was like, "Hey, I'm sorry," his friend, and yeah. So when his guy had brought up like, "Hey, you've been having like a real hard week," he rubbed his face like, "Yeah, hard week." Right, you heard him serious, right? That time when he went after Brother Perkins, and he tried to, get at him for no reason, straight bullets. Like I say, he wasn't trying to throw no shots at Cat, but straight bullets. The dude came back. He was like, "Hey, you wasn't, saying all of that when Cat was doing that 2-hour interview, and he mentioned your name, and you saw the seriousness and the amount of funny leave Kevin's face." So, like I said before, people gotta, pay attention to the body language, pay attention to a lot of the things that's happening, directly out here. Arthur said, "Let's not rule out organ harvesting." Right. You said Ricky doing that cube vision off the screen. Ms. Callahan said, Fox said 100%. Ms. Callahan said, "We still don't know what Fox had." Yeah, nobody knows. We just know that he was in seclusion for whatever reason. We weren't able to see him. They said that he was going through whatnot or whatever. And then out of nowhere in Chicago, people saw him on a yacht, just like floating in the water. I'm like, okay. I'm like, that's just the oddest, "Hey, I'm okay, guys," that I've ever seen in my life. That's very odd to me. Also, I would also like to point out to people, look up a very awesome movie called Infinity Pool. You might want to look that up. Not sure if people have seen it, where it basically deals with body doubles and stuff. Look that movie up. It's a very interesting movie. Like I said, art imitates life, life imitates art. But getting back to Arthur, he said Bernie Mac, when he suddenly transited, caught me off guard, I guess. Oh, okay. And you said that Kevin Hart is going through cheating allegations again. I'm not shocked. That's the same thing with Steve Harvey. And Steve Harvey was cheating all over, and he was married. And like Cat had got on him. He was like, "Yo, you told us the first time with your first wife that she was the reason that you got all of this and all this other type of stuff, and you were thankful for her. And then you sitting up here telling us that this new wife that you got, she's the reason for all of this." Yeah, like I said, Steve Harvey stuff don't make sense. For whatever reason that women are taking relationship or marriage advice from Steve Harvey, who is a habitual cheater, is ridiculous. That man is good at consistent marriages, consistent divorces, and consistent cheating. Those are the three things that Steve Harvey is very consistent at. I can't tell you about his jokes, but he is very consistent in when he's trying to get remarried and cheating and divorce. That's real good. Excellent. He has an all-star fucking track record. All-star. Arthur said, Fox said Perkins been going in on people. He tired of being a butt of jokes. Oh yeah, it'll get to you. It's like, yeah, after people sit up there and joke on you sometime, yeah, it'll get to you. Ali said, "Is Ice Cube okay?" Yeah, he all right. He always looking a little bit tired and possibly stressed, probably dealing with some stuff. trying to, especially dealing with like the big three, because I think they had a lawsuit dealing with like the NBA. I think I might have talked about that last year, where there was some type of thing going on with the NBA, and they felt that they were trying to stop them from being able to promote and all this other type of stuff, dealing with players from the NBA coming over and playing for the big three and stuff like that. I think I should have covered that either on the second or the third channel. One of those. I know I covered that. I know I covered that because I remember like it should be on the second channel. It should either be on that video should be on Seiji Hito, the second coming, or it should be on the Seiji Zone. So now we're gonna go to a few different videos here. A little bit. Yo, Till, good morning. Good morning. What is up? You said these women are following Steve Harvey's advice, but are giving his daughter a pass for doing exactly what Steve says men do. Yeah, Lori Harvey is all over the place. And it's hilarious to see women that were like really idolizing Lori Harvey. She's like the Taylor Swift of everything out here. Like she is literally going all over the board. She is bad at having a relationship. Like I can't trust or believe any relationship that she has. Her best friend is Tiana Taylor, and I'm just gonna leave it as that. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm just gonna leave it there. Just gonna leave it there. It's, like I said, it's tough out here for people. Yo, what is up, Jacob? What is up? What is up? Said blessed days, Seji and fam. Not to be negative, but I believe Mike Tyson's beautiful baby girl was a sacrifice for him to bounce back. I wish I was wrong. Damn. I didn't even think about that. I don't know. I don't know. It's like some of them, it's a little bit tough because when you think about Mike Tyson and you think about how he grew up and what he had to like go through in order to get, like when you look at early Mike Tyson as a kid and you see what it is that he was living in and his situation, like I think somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to remember. I don't even want to do a misstep on that. But I'll just sit up there and say, like, when he talked about some stuff, he saw some stuff that he just should not have been seeing, when he was younger. Right. Arthur said Ice Cube also been meeting with the Saudis, that oil money. Remember, the Arabs are breaking into Western. Oh, I don't even mind that because, like I said before, I'll do it like this. I told people this before. You got a lot of black people out here that are trying to do things for black people and trying to represent, but the problem is a lot of black people don't want to support. So if Cube has to sit up there and work with the Saudis in order to get the support that he needs, more power to him. Because nobody's going to tell me that he ain't been out here basically, lending his voice and trying to speak. Because remember, I'm going to point this again, and I spoke about this before, and I stood with him on this. When Cube had the platinum plan, you had what was it? It wasn't The View, it wasn't The Real. I forgot the podcast that the other actresses had. Those women got on there and basically was trying to tear that man apart. That was a black man that was getting crucified by multiple black women when he came up with a plan to try to help the black community. And he was sitting up here saying that, he tried to go to the Democrats, but the Biden administration was like, hey, this looks like whatever, but we'll wait until after the election. After the election, ain't nothing happened. The Biden administration just let that skip by. So then he was going to go to the Trump administration, but, that wasn't able to, work out. And where are black people right now? Still at ground zero. Still wanting a plan, still looking for a plan. But when we had a plan, black people didn't want to support them. And I'm talking about the black community as a whole. I ain't talking about individuals like myself and many others. The black community as a whole did not want to support Ice Cube because people felt a certain type of way about Trump and all these other types of things. And I told people before, get your feelings away from the situation. If you need some stuff to be done and you got to sit up there and like work with somebody that you might dislike, if you got to work with that person and the job is going to get done, I'm working with that person. That's the end of the story. I'm working with that person because the job needs to get done. I'm not about to be sitting up there waiting. I'm not about to be holding out hope and wishes and all. Don't nobody got time for that, because you're gonna be waiting for the third coming of Christ in order for something to happen. And you see that's what Ice Cube been doing. Hoping and waiting for, black people and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, this is why we don't have a lot of stuff out here, because of the lack of support that goes on. So again, if he got to go to the Saudis, I'm not even mad at him. I don't fault him. I'm not mad. I wouldn't try to crucify the dude. I wouldn't try to blame him for nothing, because he tried. And there's only so many times that you can sit up there and try. Yo, Vincent, good morning. Good morning. You said it was the Cocktails with Queens. Yeah, that was just bad. It was just bad. Arthur said Francis Ngannou, the former UFC heavyweight champion, is now boxing. He just fought Tyson Fury, and it has recently been announced that Ngannou versus Anthony Joshua. I was hoping for Deontay Wilder. Like I said, I don't know what's going on, but Deontay Wilder should have been a name at this moment. He really should have. He really, really should have. Like when Deontay Wilder was directly out there, you wasn't really. It was like you would think about, okay, Deontay Wilder, Yusuf, Anthony Joshua, and maybe like two other heavyweights. But when Deontay Wilder was out there, that's what people were sitting up there talking about. Like I said, he should have been the name. Still to this day, I don't care what nobody say. Deontay Wilder got robbed. That first time he won, he got robbed. He got robbed. And even when you go back to quote unquote the Gypsy King and some of his other fights, people are like, yo, some stuff is looking a little bit weird. Stuff is looking a little bit weird with those punches. It's not looking right. But like I said, it is what it is. People gotta have that great white hope. It is what it is. Arthur said, bet it happens in Dubai. It probably will. It probably will. Israelite said, facts. Fox said, Deontay hits hard, but he's not a great boxer. He might even be mentally scarred by the Fury feud. I say this. His footwork, he's a tall dude. He don't have footwork. He has power, though. And that's the main thing that he needed. Like when he's able to sit up there and land those punches, it's like if you ever watched a boxing match with Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis is a force. Irregardless of whatever people say about him on Twitter, that dude, if he hits you, you're going down. Don't let him. If he touches your chin or if he touches your body, you are going down. Like it is no, like, yo, you've literally had people say, yeah, I'm done. That's it. That's it. Like he is putting you down. He is called the Tank for a reason. So, a lot of these commentators that I always see on Twitter, they always try to talk about Gervonta Davis, not taking this fight or ducking all. Like, yo, get into the ring with that dude. I promise you'll be ducking too. Get into the ring with Gervonta Davis. I promise you'll be ducking too. Because you do not want that dude sitting up there doing his hardest punch and him hitting your kidney or your liver. You're in the hospital. Like I said, he is not of a Mike Tyson, but let me tell you something. If you allowed Mike Tyson to sit up there and train him, and if Gervonta Davis was able to have the frame of a Mike Tyson, dear God, that would be the second coming. That would be literally the second coming. Let Mike Tyson sit up there and train that kid. The only reason that that's not happening is because Mike Tyson said himself that he don't want to be a trainer. He don't want to do it. But I really feel as though that if there was somebody out here that he looked at and he saw something in, I feel like he would do it. And I feel like he would really embody Custom Auto, RIP to Auto, who was basically the father of Mike Tyson for whatever you could say. Because when he was under Auto, when Auto was alive, Mike Tyson was straight. There was nothing that you could not touch him at all. You could not touch him. But the moment that Custom died, it was like something left him. And then you started seeing a lot of that rage. You still saw some control there, but you saw much more rage that was there. And then with that rage, you started to see the balancing act with him, teetering and, the mismanagement of the people around him. And then you started seeing the whole thing with Don King and all of these. Like I said, it was bad. Because I tell you this, let a Mike Tyson that was trained by Custom Auto when Custom was alive fight Buster Douglas of that time, he would have beat Buster Douglas. I don't care what nobody say. Let him have basically had that heart. And I mean that heart, I mean Custom Auto. Let Auto have been there. Let him have still been a part of his life. Let that prime Mike Tyson there, when he was just on it, he would have beat him. He would have beat him. But now, what we're going to do here is there's a few other videos that I got that I wanted to go directly over with you guys here. I think what is that? A cat video right there? Fox said perfect record under cuss. Mr. Don King robbed and dethroned Tyson. Yeah, because Don King is a crook. That dude is a straight crook. The only person that wins is Don King. He will literally rig fights. He will do certain things in order to make sure that he's going to sit up there and get the money, even if he has to put his champion under. Like I said, I've never liked Don King. I think the only thing I even liked that was a representation or for namesake of Don King was like the boxing games back during that time. That was it. Jacob said Deontay was recently got destroyed, if I ain't mistaken. He beat Fury for sure the first time, and Francis beat Fury in front of the world, and Edom crowned their champ for egos and facade of superiority. Yeah. Like I said, this the best way I can just put it, this is Fury's only go. So he'll basically have this, and he'll be able to say, oh, I was undefeated and da-da-da, all this. Realistically, he wasn't, because Deontay was cheated. Deontay was cheated. Like this dude, the count that was going on during that match, that was the slowest count that I ever seen in history. They literally allowed God to come from the skies and touch this man's body to lift him back up. Whatever. I'm not even gonna. I was fuming when I sat up there and saw that for the first. Anyways, we're gonna go to some of the other videos that I got directly up for you guys. I'm gonna exit out some of these real quick, remove from studio, and we're going to go to, what was that? That was Tiffany Haddish. All right, so I want to hear y'all opinion on this, right? I might play it twice so that people can hear, but I want to really hear y'all opinion on what this woman has to say.
I like being ran. Yes, I like gangbangs. I like being manhandled by several different men at once. If you want to call it being ran, you call whatever the fuck you want. I'm sexually liberated. And I'm a goddess, and I deserve to have hands all over my body.
Right.
I deserve to be worshipped. Like, why not? I deserve that attention.
Sure. All right. So you.
So we heard that, right? She said that she is liberated as a woman. She is a goddess. She deserves to have hands put directly all over her, and she doesn't mind like 20 guys. I'm just going to throw a number out there because I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't sit up there and care. This is the harm that Joe Rogan talked about the 20 and a 30-second 8 count and the dang horsehair gloves that move your knuckle patting around. Yeah, going back to the boxing thing, Floyd, he mentioned that as well. That's why they would like check the gloves, because people would try to be slick because certain gloves have less padding, right? And all of these other intricate, types of things. Like I said, people do some funny stuff. But what do y'all feel about this? Let me play this one more time in the back so y'all can hear this.
Yes, I like being ran. Yes, I like gangbangs. I like being manhandled by several different men at once. If you want to call it being ran, you call whatever the fuck you want. I'm sexually liberated. And I'm a goddess, and I deserve to have hands all over my body.
Right.
I deserve to be worshipped. Like, why not? I deserve that attention.
Sure. All right. So you.
So again, I just want to know people's feelings and opinions directly on that, because I can safely tell you, if any guy decides to deal with her, good luck. Good luck, because you're not going to be. What was that song that they used to have? Man enough? Yeah, you're not going to be enough. You are not going to be enough specifically for that woman. Again, she is sexually liberated. This is what she specifically likes. So I'm just putting a warning out there to the guys. Hopefully, no guy decides that they want to try to put a ring or different things like that with a person like this who is specifically telling you. That's the only thing that I'll give them. She's being honest about what it is that she likes and what it is that she does. So that should be a sign for other guys out there to specifically not seek out that type of guy. I mean, that said that type of guy, that type of woman. That should be the thing right there. Don't seek that out. Right? That is not the thing that you want to have in your life. That's nothing but chaos. Nothing but chaos. Right? So the next video that we have directly up here now, this one is not going to make any type of sense. And this is by Kendra G. So I'm not going to try to make sense of it. I'm just going to let it play so that you guys can hear the nonsense in it.
How old are you, honey?
I'm 34.
34. What you do for a living?
I'm a nurse.
Nurse. You have any kids?
I have a 2-year-old son.
Okay. Why you not with the dad?
I was a house. He wanted me to be a housewife when we first met, and I decided to kind of change and wanted a career, and he didn't want that for me, so he gave me an ultimatum, and it's to stay at home and be a housewife or leave and have a career. So I left.
Girl, we want to smack you in the face right now. So let me ask you this: was he paying all the bills?
He was.
So, and when you guys got married, that was the plan?
Yes.
So basically, you had your husband. He was your husband?
Mm-hmm.
So he was your husband?
Yes.
You guys had a family?
Yes.
You agreed to be a stay-at-home
yes.
mom. What made you want to get a job?
When I had to constantly ask for a couple of dollars to do stuff, when it was, no, I can't do certain things that I wanted, when it was, no, we don't have enough money to do activities because, one income. And I'm like, well, this is not the lifestyle that I want to live. Like, I just don't want to sit at home and fold clothes and not actually date and have the extra money to do stuff. Like, I just didn't want to fold clothes all day long. I'm sorry.
All right, well, what kind of man you looking for now, honey?
Don't hate me for this, but I want somebody that's a little bit lit and turned.
So let's go back to that. So remember how that woman basically said that she made her husband a villain. He had, he didn't have. Notice she didn't say that he was abusive. She didn't say that the dude put hands on her. She didn't say that the dude belittled her or anything like that. She said that, he had, these little rules and, stuff like that. And, and again, the dude paid for everything. But she sat up there and stated that, it was a problem asking for a couple of dollars, because then, he would sit up there and say that, we don't have it or different stuff. Like how do you have a problem with a dude who afforded you the life to be able to be at home and not have to worry about nothing because he's paying for everything? So you're mad because you want to do a little bit of something, but the money is not there. He's paying for everything. How would you expect for the money to sit up there and be there? He's paying for all of the bills. He's paying for the house. He's paying for the cars. He's paying for the groceries. He's paying for the lights. He's paying for the gas. He's paying for everything. And you mean to tell me that you sat up there and divorced him because you wanted to be out here in the streets? But matter of fact, let me just continue.
My husband was boring. I know, don't judge me. Don't do that. He was super boring. We didn't dance. He didn't like music, like a little ratchet music. He didn't let me wear tight clothes or anything like that. So I kind of want to be a little ratchet with my name.
Pay attention. Pay attention. Now notice how it went from, it was these little things that he was, again, I want to reiterate, her husband was not abusive. He was not belligerent. He wasn't an alcoholic. He wasn't a drug addict. He didn't do anything to physically harm or put her life in danger. He afforded her a lifestyle of which that she would be able to, because he wanted a stay-at-home wife. This was already talked about before they got married. She accepted it. She accepted the ring. They did the I do's, walked through the aisle. So she already knew exactly what it was. So even though she knew what it was, she still did not want what it is that everything entails of being a wife specifically to him, and what it is that he sought. So now notice how she's now shifting the goalpost. Now it went from that to, oh, don't judge me. He was boring. He didn't dance. He didn't do this. I like to listen to ratchet music. He didn't like ratchet music. I like to go out and dress in tight clothes. He didn't want me to be in tight clothes. Man, why did you get married? This is why what I keep trying to figure out. Why is it, if women know that they want to be ratchet and they want to be for the streets, why would you decide that you want to sit up there and waste a dude's time and energy and get married? You done wasted this dude's whole life, and he could have been married to a whole nother woman. But you wanted to sit up there and be there and siphon off money and quote unquote security for a little bit of time up until you decided to up and leave and basically divorce. So I'm pretty sure during that divorce, she done got some type of money. She more than likely might have some alimony and child support and all this other type of, like I said, man, this is why I feel like marriage is a scam, because the only people that win are women. Men do not win in this. You are clearly hearing this from a woman's mouth who is on the Kendra G show after divorcing her husband and having a child, going right back out here looking for a dude when she already had one. But let's continue.
Next dude.
So you have this good ass man, might have been boring, but a good man, married you, was your husband, took care of all the bills, probably wasn't that lit. Got divorced. Now y'all here in the streets, and you about to meet these rats.
Hold on. Let's. I want to be clear about one thing. He was extremely controlling when it comes to like.
So I had to pause that. Let me make you understand something. This is the third time that this woman, this is why I tell people, pay very close attention to the words that people are saying. She done moved. This is their third time moving the goalpost. It then went from one thing to another thing. Now I want people to also pay attention. The way that Kendra is and some of the things that she has done, she has taken from some of the things that Kevin Samuels has basically done when it dealt with trying to hold women accountable and trying to, get them to understand certain things. So you see Kendra right here getting directly on this woman. You see Kendra sitting up there stating like, oh, so you had this good ass man and he was doing this, that, and the third. And now you want to be right back. And now you divorced him and now you want to be right back out here on the streets. And now when that truth started to hit, she's like, oh, no. Let me tell you some more things of how it is that he was just this horrible, bad, evil type of husband.
So one of his rules was I can't have long hair because it reminds him of strippers. Another rule was he gave me a rule on how far I can drive away from the house. He also said no social media. He also said no tight clothes, no long nails. He gave me rules.
Okay, so now that you give me more context, I'm gonna take good man out because that's some crazy shit right there.
All right, so he said that he doesn't like the long hair because it reminds him of a stripper. I want you to understand that she didn't specifically state the length, because at this moment in time, her hair is long. He was probably saying like, your hair, you shouldn't be having extensions where it extends your hair to like your lower back or whatnot or whatever. And, with all these loud, ultra hair colors. He was probably talking about that. I understand, because these are the things that you normally see on women who are unmarried. These are normally what you would see on women who are in strip clubs. And then he stated something about the nails. I can understand that to an extent, because certain nails do be looking quite ratchet. When you start seeing women wear these extravagantly ultra long nails, where it's like, how are you even washing your face or wiping your ass? It's like, yeah, that looks quite crazy. Then the other thing where he said that, driving kind of far from the house. That one is a little bit, I'm 50-50 on that. I can understand to the extent of like safety reasons, depending on where you live. But then to the other extent, it's like, social media, I do understand, because when you have women on social media, they decide that they want to sit up there and post. Some women, they decide that they want to post certain pics, such as like bathing suits, bikinis, and they want to have these provocative poses, bending over and showing all of this stuff. And realistically, it's like, if you're married, why would you even have a social media that's showing all of that stuff? Because if you got a husband, if you're married, then you should be wanting to show that off to your husband. You shouldn't be trying to gather and get attention from men around the world. Like, that doesn't make any type of sense. That's crazy. Like I said, you don't see LeBron's wife doing that. And this is another thing that on social media that women were trying to get on LeBron's wife about. It was like, oh, she don't take pictures with random guys or be with guys in the pictures and all this other. Yeah, because she ain't trying to get attention from other dudes. She ain't trying to be around that, because she knows what that can potentially lead to. She knows how things can sit up there and take place. She knows how things can get misconstrued. She understands how the media can sit up there and twist the, like I said, it's a lot of things. So LeBron has a wife that calculates and thinks about stuff, and she also respects her husband. A lot of women out here don't respect their husbands, right? And I think, what was the last part of the mess? The tight dresses. He sat up and said he don't want her wearing tight dresses. I respect that. Because if you're going to be going out without him and you're out there wearing a tight dress, that's automatically garnering attention. Like I said, people wear certain things in order to get attention, irregardless of whatever it is that you hear the women on here saying online. Like, oh yeah, we wear tight dresses and tight clothes specifically for what? That doesn't even make sense. Like I said, you look in the animal kingdom and you sit up there and see how it is that mating calls happen. They put their best directly out there. They do all of these types of things in order to get the attention of a suitable mate. If you got a woman out here that decides to put on something tight and is showing her whole form, she's either trying to get the attention of other men or she's trying to get the attention of other women. So if you're going to tell me that women are out here dressing for themselves, okay, so you're not trying to get the attention of men then. You're trying to garner and get the attention of other women, because that's the only choice. But like I said, you got too many people out here that want to play with people's intelligence. That's what it looks like. And she is one of those women. So let's keep going.
Do you want more kids?
Don't hate me for this, but I said no to the first one. Love my son, but I said no to the first one. So I don't want any more kids. You can have kids. I can love them like they're mine.
You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask, when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Like 3 weeks ago.
Who this man?
I think we fed off of our loneliness. Like, he was complaining that his wife died 2 years ago. I was complaining I was lonely. We was nice to each other. So we had a good time.
So is he an option for something more just like real?
No, I don't think he's ready. And I don't want to put this type of pressure on him in a sense of like, pack up your wife's shit. How do you say that to someone whose wife died?
Now, let me show you that. Now, notice how disrespectful that is. And notice how Kendra G is another woman and didn't correct her. So she stated that she met up after the divorce, long after, whatever. She met another dude. They were both lonely. So she was going through the post divorce and he was dealing with the fact that his wife had sat up there and passed. So obviously she was interested enough where they started having a sexual relationship. That's why she was sitting up there saying that, oh, we met and we were just having fun, right? The sexual relationship thing. And she was stating that, it could have, went further into an actual relationship, but he still has the stuff from, his wife. And she was like, how do you tell somebody to get rid of, to throw out the stuff from, their significant other that died? And you see her laughing because she doesn't care. That's the mark of a selfish person. I want you to realize that. She's selfish in the fact knowing that this dude is still, in a sense, grieving. That's why his wife's stuff is still there. He has moved on, but he hasn't moved on yet because she is still there with him, in a sense, in the emotional sense, in the mental, area. And because she is so selfish, the way that she is selfish, you saw the things that she listed. She moved the goalpost 3 times to basically say that the husband is bad, and he was trying to control me and all this other type of stuff. Mind you, he's paying all the bills. Mind you, you got married to him. Mind you, you dated him. Mind you, he was your fiance. So you knew exactly the type of person, the type of man that he was before all of this, but you still opted to be in a relationship. And then not only did you know the type of man, not only did you get engaged and married to him and have this life in this house, he was paying all the bills. You also decided to have his kid. But then you want to turn around and sit up there and say, don't hate me for it. I said no to the first kid. Women have a multitude of options of how not to get pregnant. But you mean to sit up there and tell me that you opted not to do that, which then leads me to think that you didn't really want the kid, but the kid is some type of package that you can use in order to get money once you planned on divorcing him so that you can still get a little bit of extra something on top of potential alimony. This is why I be telling people. People wonder why it is that men say that marriage is a scam. The woman literally said that she regretted her child, that she didn't even want it, but yes, she got it. And I promise you that dude is on child support. I promise you after that divorce, that dude is paying off some type of alimony and different things. And remember, it wasn't too far ago, like last year in the live stream, I let you guys know in several states in the United States right now, there's a certain term called lifetime alimony, lifetime spousal support, which means that even after, let's say you divorced somebody 40 years ago, as a dude, you're still paying that person money. They could be remarried potentially to somebody else. You're still paying money. How does that work? Why is there even a such thing as lifetime spousal support? Why? Like I said, it don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, stuff like that needs to be outlawed. 100%. But like I said, this is, again, I'm showcasing this to let a lot of dudes out here know. Never sit up there and go after a woman like this. It don't matter how good she look, what her body looks like, what she's sitting up there talking, or what it is that she can do. If you go for a woman like this, you are setting yourself up for failure, and ain't nobody going to feel sorry for you. Because just like you're a destroyer, you're going to allow her to destroy you, and that is going to be a you problem. You're not going to be out here being able to say that, oh, all women this and all. No, it's you. Because you specifically saw the problem, you saw the issue, and you dove headfirst into that problem because you was looking at the physical. Like I said, my condolences to the dude who ended up marrying her, because all of his time was wasted. And I promise you, that dude is probably not going to get married again. He is probably not going to trust another woman again because of dealing with. I would love to see what his reaction would be listening to her on the Kendra G show. That should be a whole nother show. A lot of dudes that dated some of these women, I would love to see, because they always get on here talking about their exes and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, when it deals with women and it deals with these podcasts and these shows, you only hear one perspective. And every single time, just like this woman did, oh, the husband was bad. He was controlling. He had all of these rules. But you just told us that you wanted to wear tight clothes and all this other ratchet type of shit, and that you wanted to be in the streets. Like I said, what did she say? I want a mate that's going to be lit. Wow. That's crazy. That's all you see? That's all you looking? Like I said, she going to have more kids, and she ain't going to be married when it happens. That's the road that she's walking. That's crazy. That is crazy. Jacob said, this other stay-at-home heart was simply in the streets. She ain't virtuous. I hope bro knows he lost dead weight. Good for him. Yeah, that's facts. Arthur said the man also has some faults. He should have vetted her more. Did this woman lie and have convinced this man that she was ready for the step? Even so, the man should have been. This is the thing. I don't know how much vetting that you can sit up there and do, because you got a lot of people out here that are very great liars. So I'm not sure what the timeline would be. I'm not sure the specific rule book for vetting a woman, but it gets to a point where it's like, yo, I'm pretty much sure if the person is showing you a certain thing and it's looking pretty consistent, people tend to go with that fact. right? They tend to see that consistency, whatever it is that woman is basically showing you. That's what people do. And a lot of women are very great talkers. Obviously, she must have been a very great talker enough where this dude was like, okay, we can, sit up there and get married and, and all this other type of stuff and yada, 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 I don't know. Like I said, my condolences to the dude. I wish that it was another woman that was more deserving and worthy of that title that he would have met up with. And I'm going to state to a lot of women here that might be here, women like this mess it up for the rest of y'all. Because guys see examples like this woman here and they're like, yeah, I'm not even going to tempt fate. If this solid dude got tricked, this hardworking dude that was paying all the bills and paying everything, if he got tricked, if he's getting, talked bad like this, yeah, I'm not doing it. I opt out. I'm good. And like I said, Kendra G on her show, you see her sitting up there smiling. She could have sat up there and really called this stuff out, but she's not going to do that because that would hurt her fan base. That would hurt, her content and everything that she's doing. So she has to, in a sense, limit what it is that she is going to state, unless the person is that much egregious that she just really has to all right, I'm going to sit up there and tell you straight up what it is. Right. So the next video that we're going to go to is this one here. So let's take a listen to this one.
When I'm fucking, there are certain things that I just don't think I should do if you're around. Taking my garbage out is one, I feel like when I'm with a man, if I'm fucking a guy and we're like dating or whatever, the only thing I want to worry about lifting is your dick in my mouth. I'm not finna be worried about the garbage. If I'm fucking you, I want to call, hey, Jonathan, my car is getting low. Do you think, I'm on a quarter-tank gas, you could meet me at the gas station to pump my gas? Why? Because if I'm fucking you, this fucking world is dangerous. You want your fucking pussy out there fucking trying to get some gas and get kidnapped? No, you want your pussy safe.
No.
Don't you want your pussy safe?
I'm pulling up. Quick
Thank
Trip
you.
Shells BP.
You want your pussy safe.
So I just want to clarify something. And I'm glad it just froze right there. Because the guy, you can clearly see he was looking at her in her eyes at first. And when the camera cut directly right there to the end, you can clearly see the lip is folded and he's looking directly at the cleavage. He's hearing her, but he ain't hearing her. And that's what I be trying to, sit up there and tell a lot of guys. Stop falling for a lot of this nonsense. Let me show you how guys fall for a lot of this nonsense. So you see how the woman is basically dressed, right? I'm trying to get a good shot right about there, right? So you see how she's, in a sense, dressed. And like I said, women can dress however it is that they want to sit up there and dress. No problem. I ain't trying to control y'all. I ain't trying to be your oppressor. No problem. What I'm going to tell men, though, is if you fall for a trap like this, that's on you. You hear the vulgarity that is coming directly out of her mouth. You hear how she is describing it. Now, some dudes will be like, yeah, I like, women who are like, raw and just real with everything and they're just straight. Yeah, to a certain extent. Every dude is not trying to be dealing with a woman where every single thing out of her mouth is like she sounded like that. Like, you sound like worse than a sailor. Like, what's going on? I'm like, what is going on? Like, I like that don't even, you can use a variety of other words. Like, it's not even, it's like, if you say it like a few times, all right, that might be deemed attractive. Every other word out of her mouth is like the same thing. It's like, it's unattractive. Like, it's like, come on. But like I said, because she looks a certain type of way, she can do these things. She can say, all of this. She can dress this type of way. And you'll have guys that be like, yeah, yeah, I'm with that too, Like I said, that dude was not worried or concerned about nothing. Like, I need a lot of dudes to stop looking hungry out here. Like, it's crazy. You would have thought that some dudes out here were starved. Like, they ain't never seen a woman in their life. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, if you're going to be doing like a podcast and stuff, like, bruh, be like, dear God, like, this is why everybody should not have a camera and a microphone. Let me just roll back to that. Like this right here. Everybody should not have a camera and a microphone. Like, bro, be professional. Like, I need dudes to be way more professional. Like, just because you got women, like, dressed a certain type of way and showing up and talking to us. Like, yo, be professional, man. You looking like, yo, I need guys to stop being hungry out here. Like, that's crazy. You would think that a lot of these dudes just can't get women or something. Like that's just, come on. Like, damn. But like I said before, it's, you know, it's bad. I get it. Arthur said, like, this guy is hypnotized. It's beyond hypnotized. That's a siren. He's about to crash his boat against those rocks and drown and die. That's what's about to happen. Tibby said, I get it, but why is she talking like that? That's my point. That's my point. You said women need to stop doing that? Yeah. Arthur said, time and place for that? Yeah. Said he was drooling. Arthur said, help me help you, help me help you, help me help you. It's like, yeah, it's all bad. Tibby said he don't have no discipline at all. That's facts. That is facts. You said she acting like every thirsty dude. Yeah, it's like, yo, it's like I said before, women don't need to sit up there and say like a lot of stuff. Like, I don't need to know what it is that you actually like do. Like, if you want to sit up there and say some stuff, then have that conversation with that dude, like, away from everybody else. That's fine. That's cool, because don't nobody know about it. That's between two adults. That's fine. But the moment in time as a woman that you sitting up here saying, like, you just want this certain, like, it's not attractive. It's not even attractive. It's just like, next. A flag on the play. Next, we need somebody else in here. Like I said before, it's crazy. But, you know, this is what happens when you got a lot of dudes out here that will give. And like I said, it ain't like she's not attractive. She is. But like I said before, a lot of dudes out here need to stop hyping women like this up and allowing them the comfort to speak like this. This is why I said before, like, modesty is okay. Holding back and using, you know, normal language is okay. It's like all of this stuff, this is way too much. Like I said, I wouldn't be even able to sit at a dinner table on a first date with somebody that's just like speaking like this, like every 5 seconds. I couldn't do it. Like, my brain would just shut off. I'm like, yeah, this ain't working. I'll just sit up there and start thinking back to some IGN videos on YouTube or thinking about some gameplays or trying to go to like an arcade. Like, oh man, it's bad. It's bad. Arthur said laughing. Arthur said Cuba response. I'll help me help me. Mo said, relating to the subject, I concur. My wife never pumps gas. No, yeah. No, I'm that same way too. Let me go directly with like Mo now. Let me just slightly highlight that real quick. The thing that I will sit up there and say is this. I was born and raised in Detroit, and being in a home with my mom and my grandmother and my aunt, I was raised to always pump the gas, right? I would have my uncles around, and they would sit up there and tell me, you know, to pump the gas. I think I remember a instance where I was in the car and we were at the gas station, and I think my uncle either told me or he was telling my grandmother to sit up there and tell me to go, like, you know, pump the gas or whatnot or whatever. I mean, realistically, if you're there, if you are her son, I say this, I have no problem pumping the gas. But if you are your mother's son, even if I'm in a car, you should be pumping that gas because you are your mother's son. You should be doing that for your mother, right? To sit up there and tell her to tell me to do it is a little bit crazy. Not saying that they don't, you know, that they haven't pumped the gas. They have. But it's just like, thinking back to it, that's a little bit, you know, weird to me or whatnot or whatever. That could have been done a little bit differently. But I was always raised to sit up there and pump the gas because, number one, and I'm just going to generalize this and I'm going to be honest, women's sense of awareness is weak. There's no other way I can sit up there and put it. I gotta shoot straight from the hip. Women have very bad sense of awareness. I've seen a lot of women pump gas and they are not aware of anything. I've seen women just looking at nails, looking inside of the car, on their phone, doing a whole bunch of things. And then I inevitably see women being, scared when a bum or somebody basically walks up on them. And they're like, oh my God, where did you come from? It's like, well, you wouldn't have been shocked or scared or confused if you had your awareness. If you were looking left, right, up and down, like if you were looking where you should have been looking, which is towards the street, the sidewalk, behind you or forward, whatever the gas pump is, if you were consistently looking around you, you would have saw that dude 20 miles away before he rolled up to you. So that's something that really gets on my nerves when I see women at the gas station. The sense of awareness is just completely off. So because of that, I'm a firm believer that men and young men should be pumping the gas, because we will sit up there and actually watch, look around. We'll be watching body language. Like we're listening to and watching everything. We're like a human sensory alarm system when it deals with that. And, again, because there's a lot of things that transpire, right? And there's a lot of times where, things can happen to women because they're not paying attention. And it's less likely for that to happen if a man is pumping the gas. If a man is pumping the gas and a woman is in the car, it's less likely of a chance that a dude is going to be trying to come up and try to whatever, right? So I agree with with Mo. And again, I've seen instances where dudes do not pump the gas, and I'm like, that's a little bit weird for me. I'm like, that makes me feel weird. Like, let me tell you how I was raised, right? Even though I said this. Another instance was when I was younger. It was a lot easier to do when I was younger. If I was like 13, 14, if I already pumped the gas for my mom and I saw like another woman there, I would ask her, can I pump her gas? Like I would sit up there and, and basically and do that, because I'm like, yo, you shouldn't be touching the gas. Like it's dirty. It's like you're a woman, like that, that whole thing is like dirty, it's bacteria, all of that stuff, and and whatnot or whatever. And chances are you might get gas on your clothes, your hands might smell like gas, whatever. Right. So again, that's just my mentality. But I can safely say at the age that I'm at now, I will not, and I cannot go up to a woman and be like, hey, can I pump you? They're going to look at me like I'm weird. They're going to tell me, oh no, that's okay, I don't need you to. Right. So again, I in this timeline, I wouldn't even try it. I wouldn't even do it. So hey, it is what it is. But again, going back to what Mo said, I agree. Tippy said, off topic, I just finished Sleeping Dogs. Well, congratulations on finally finished that game and playing something that is not The Sims 4. Congratulations. I just got to clap it up for Tippy, because y'all don't know how many years I've spoken to this woman on live streams, and all she does is play Sims 4. I swear to goodness, you would have thought her whole life in the world is literally The Sims. You would have thought that. I kid you not. I know Tippy is probably talking a lot of shit. Arthur said every sport has boundaries and rules. Same is true with relationships. Our first relationship is with ourselves and our interpersonal relationships with others. That's true. Tippy said, LOL, damn, Seji. Israelite said, facts. Vincent said, men are looked. Wait. Men are looked at one goose that has its head on a swivel. Oh, yeah. Men are basically the goose that has. Okay, yeah, I got you. While everybody else is eating, I got you. Tippy said, well, I'm always looking around. I don't trust nobody. That's good. You should always have that. It's like, and the funniest thing is, even when it deals with, like, I've watched, and I'm not trying to sound like, because people be like, well, you sound like a creeper. When you're out, men pay attention and watch a lot of things. And I stay basically, watching stuff, because you never know who anybody is or what may happen. I've noticed that I've seen more women that walk in malls or outside, they're on their phones. They're not really looking and trying to see, you know, what's specifically happening. And it's like I said, I need women to, you know, to get the awareness up. That's it. Because you don't need to pass something like that down to your daughters and have them out here with that lack of awareness, because that's just ridiculous. That's 100% ridiculous. And that's poor parenting as well. Israelite said facts. Vincent said, oh, okay, read those. Vincent said, I'm playing Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars sounds a little bit familiar. I think I know what it is. I would probably have to see a trailer in order to jog my memory. Tippy said, I like the smell of gas. LOL, I don't know why. Been liking the smell since I was a no. Like I said, I'm with Tippy. It might sound weird, but gas, it does smell good. There's a. Let me put it to you like this: there's a certain segment of the population that likes the smell of gas, and there's a certain population that doesn't. I too have liked the smell of gas since I was a kid, but also I started cutting grass when I was younger. So that might also have something to do, you know, with it as well. And I also like the smell of fresh cut grass. Like it smells great. I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. The smell of gas and fresh cut grass smells great to me. Might be weird, but it is what it is. Tippy said, well, I'm always looking around. Tippy laughing. Fox said The Sims is fun, mostly a ladies' game, but fun nonetheless. Yeah, because you mostly do see a lot of women playing it, even though a lot of them use cheat codes, which is beyond me. You would think that they were like, all right, I want to sit up there and grind and I want to do this. Nope, they're going straight to not IGN. They're going straight to like YouTube or wherever they can go to get some cheats, so they can get like a quick $50 or $100 million, so they can just start building everything and having like 19 kids with like the one husband, and they got like the office job and all this. Like I said, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Vincent said typo. No problem. Israelite said they be totally oblivious to their surroundings. Yeah, that's what I was trying to. That was the word I think I was looking for earlier. Oblivious. I think I was trying to look for that word. I just had to throw away my whole statement before and rewrite it and just present it. Tippy said, wait, Vincent said, if you play Chrono Trigger or any old school JRPG, that's what it's like. Oh, no, yeah, I played Chrono Trigger. That was, it should have been PlayStation or PlayStation 2. I remember Chrono Trigger. I remember that. Tippy said, I like the smell of fresh wood as well. Yeah, it's a lot of smells that are actually pretty, pretty good. Charcoal, when you think about the summer and stuff like that, the lighter fluid that comes, like I said, it's a lot of different smells. Again, there's a certain segment of the population that is fine with these smells. Other populations are like, what is wrong with you guys? You need to seek therapy. Fox said, WTF cheating on The Sims? That's not cool at all. Yeah, Tippy, that's not cool. Don't be cheating on The Sims. Had to put Tippy on blast. Tippy said, I do both. I have a cheat game save and a realistic game save, meaning no cheats. Whatever, Tippy. You are the cheating queen directly out here. Arthur said, love the smell of gas. So glad Granddad warned us about the dangers of inhaling too much gas. Also love the smell of fresh cut grass and the scent of dirt, especially during light rain. Oh, yeah. Nature got a lot of great smells too, which is pretty great. Like, like fresh soil. It only happens with like healthy soil. I say all of this because I'm used to doing work, like either, like let's say like gardening. When my grandmother was here, I would help her, garden, like pull up, different weeds and plant flowers, like the flats of flowers and stuff like that. And then I've also like dealt with the soil when you gotta, flip the lawn. Like let's say if your lawn, your grass is basically dead, or if you may have a spot, you would basically kind of cut that out. You could either put down some sod, plant new seeds, or you could just, flip that over, chop it up a little bit, and give it a few weeks and some rain, and it'll grow. Right? It'll be a brand new spot. It'll take a little bit through the summer to fully like flesh out, but it'll be fine. Tibby said, I might play True Crime Streets of New York today. Good Lord. Taking it back. Arthur said, love the scent of cedarwood. Oh, yeah, that's a good scent too. Arthur said, Arrested Development song, dig your hands in the dirt, children, play with the earth. Yeah, get connected. Tibby said, and letting wet, dry outside, you get the smell of. Wait, that just threw me off. Wet, dry outside. Oh, okay, you're talking about clothes. I got you. So the next video that we're going to go directly into, do I remember what it was? I am not certain. Which one we're going to? This one, oh, you're talking about clothes. I got you. You said also pine fragrances as well. Yeah, pretty good. So the next video I got directly for y'all is kind of a funny one. And this is what happens when you happen to tell some people that they did a bad job and you're not even trying to pay them. Yo, what is up, Zaire? What is up? Nothing much. Just doing a live stream, going over some videos, and about to play this one right here for you guys.
And if I have to call somebody to get him out here to finish this job, I will. You want to, you know what?
We're going to replace it 3 stars.
I'm blowing you up online today. Here's how he deals with his clients. Here's how he deals with it. Brings the whole crew, whines all day long about how he's losing money, and he's busting up a pad that they did wrong. They did it wrong. Here they are. These are the guys you want to watch out for. They did it wrong. They did it wrong. They did it wrong. They did it wrong, and now they're busting it up. And I'm calling the police right now. I'm calling the police.
On one.
Calling the police. Get ready to explain yourself.
So remember, the dude was complaining, saying that he was going to have to hire somebody to redo the job anyway, right? So you're trying to say that this job is inadequate. This is not what you wanted. But then you're trying to technically keep it at the same time. But then more than likely, you're going to try to request a refund, which means that you're going to get something for free. I respect this dude for going through there and just bringing the team back there. And it's like, yeah, we're going to tear this up then. If you're going to try to ask for a refund, you're going to have a reason to get a refund. Because you're not about to get free work. We're not about to sit up there and do that. And then you're like, yeah, I'm about to call the police. Nobody's robbing you or stealing anything. You just said that the job was incorrect and that you were going to have to call somebody else to fix the job. They're doing the correct thing. Break that up. You're going to make it easier for the other people coming there when they got to sit up there and do the work. Or better yet, if he's breaking it up and then they're going to pick up the pieces and put it on the truck, that's even better. That's even better. Like I said before, I'm tired of people out here trying to be like these Karen and Darrens and trying to get free work for nothing. You ain't doing that. Laying down concrete and making it look nice, that's a lot of hard work, especially when you got to do it in the sun and you got to bring in all of those concrete powdered bags and you got to, nah, son, I respect him for doing that. I respect them. Police better not do nothing. They better not talk about finding nobody, taking nobody to jail. That'll be a travesty. Like I said, stop allowing these scumbags to sit up there and complain and go on social media and try to smear people's names and reputations and their businesses through the mud because they feel a certain type of way when they can't get something for free. Don't nobody got time for that. Don't nobody got time for that at all. Arthur said they swinging those hammers. Yep. Fox said, I had an incident like that. I almost whipped the guy's ass. Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Like I said, I am not about that life. Like, yo, nope, not about that life. Arthur said they putting their backs into smashing that work. Yep. They are about that life. This one, yo, when I first saw this one, the video I'm about to showcase to you, this was completely funny to me. Like all the stuff that, let me just play it.
Mother thinks I've lost my mind. I'm a black farmer. No one thinks I'm the owner. I'm a black farmer. Everybody thinks he's my boss.
Get your ass back to work, Leroy.
My name's not Leroy. I'm a black farmer. So you know I'm raising some chickens. I'm a black farmer. I hire white people to staff my farmer's market stall so people don't walk by without stopping. I'm a black farmer. There's 2,000 chickens on my property, but I still go to Popeyes twice a month.
Facts.
I'm a black farmer. I'm only able to do this because I have an engineering degree. I'm a black farmer. People are shocked to discover I'm not an urban gardener. I'm a black farmer. People are either really excited or really angry when I talk about racism in agriculture. I'm a black farmer. Yes, I've heard of Soulfire Farm. I'm a black farmer. It's hard to find black employees because most working class black folks associate farming with racism, and they ain't wrong. I'm a black farmer. I send my white employees and partners to the bank and the FSA so that by the time they realize the owner's black, they've already given me the money. Ooh. I'm a black farmer. Restaurants like to tag me in their social media posts so it looks like they support black farmers, and then I never hear from them again. I'm a black farmer. I'm the only one at the livestock auction that isn't white, and I'm feeling a little nervous.
Yo, and the thing is, the reason why his stuff is funny is because all that is true. And I want people to remember what it is that he stated. He was like two different ways that he does this. He has white employees that basically, work specifically for him because in the agricultural area, in that field, the greater majority is Caucasian, right? So in order to get certain things done, you got to have certain people that work for you. And this is just the way it is for black people. That's just the way it works. I can't speak for any other culture. I only can speak for black people, and knowing that this is something that happens. There's a movie, matter of fact, I might watch that today. There's a movie, I think it should be called The Bankers, right? And it had the brother who plays in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Anthony Mackie. He is a black dude that wanted to buy a bank, but he couldn't really do it because he needed a different face in order to do it for him. So he hired a guy that was his partner, and they started doing it. They started, buying like the bank and doing all of that stuff. So again, historically speaking, what this dude is speaking on is accurate. It's factual. Nobody's going to sit up there and tell, oh, no, it's just like, why do we got to bring race into this? There's no facts to this. Historically, no, he's accurate. Black people have to sit up there and do this. Like he said before, he hires black workers to go to the banks in order to get the loans and the money that he needs. Because if he goes there himself, he's going to get turned down. And this is not the first time that black people have spoke about this. Go back and look at what took place with Navy Federal Navy, whatever the bank is. Black people were overwhelmingly getting turned down when it came down to loans and all of these other things. But their Caucasian counterparts, no matter what their money status was, were accepted. It's crazy. Fox said, I love black YouTube. It's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Israelite said, we are the originals. That's facts. 100% facts. Vinny said, good work. That is how you be creative. Facts. We are the original farmers of America. Bars. Tippy said, damn, can't farm in peace. We need more black farmers. Fox said, great movie. Arthur said, be creative, be proactive, be in love. That's facts. Seen the movie The Bankers. It's a good movie. He sends his Caucasian worker to the banks. Yep. Tippy said, he said his Caucasian. Wait, did I say black? I probably, look here, Tippy. It be, your mind gets kind of gray every now and again when you're doing live streams for a certain length of time. And plus my excuse is that it's morning. So there's going to be some mishaps. There's going to be some mishaps and some wording. It's going to be some mishaps. Let me see. So I'm now. This is probably the last bit of videos. Even though I do got videos all over Twitter and and stuff like that. Matter of fact, it's going to have something to in a sense do with it. I'm trying to see which one I'm going to play first. So before I play the video, I'm going to give y'all some time because I know YouTube is delayed and stuff. How many of you guys know what happened in Miami, Florida? Let me know. How many of you guys know what happened in Miami, Florida? Tippy said, I'm just doing my job as a mod. Yeah. Sure, Tippy, sure. Fox said, shaking my head. Damn, it's been nearly 3 hours on stream. Yeah. The last stream yesterday was 6 hours. Tippy said, no, wait, that's on my other account. I could swear that you are a mod on both. What's the names? Arthur says, stepping away from the computer. I really enjoy this live stream. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Yo, Sage, what is up? What is up? Sage said the mall thing. Yeah. That's what I'm going to talk about. That is what I am going to talk about. J Love, what is up? What is up? Said the shadow creatures. Yeah. I will say this. Looking at everything is very, very interesting. And Tippy said what happened in Florida. Okay, so there's two stories, right? One story is, let me see. I'll go to this video before I get to the guy that's talking. Let me see if I can find this video, right? So we're going to play this video, right? So you see this, right? This is in Florida. This is Miami, Florida, and this is at a mall. You see chaos. You see, some people running, all this other type of stuff, right? And a guy that's in an apartment. I want to remind people. Hold on, let me pause this real quick. I want to remind people. All of these things took place, but yet nobody has actual clear footage. People pretty much have faraway footage, or they have some Bigfoot type of footage. I want people to understand and pay attention. Pay attention. And I'm going to play it now. The police presence that you see, these are police from not even just Miami, but from other surrounding areas as well. I think they said they had about like 60 cop cars, if not more. Like, it was a huge police presence at the mall. And it was stated that about 4 kids were arrested because of fireworks, and they had sticks, and stuff like that. And then they wanted to also say that there was, people potentially doing some shoplifting. You don't need 60 cars. You're not going to tell me that you only arrested 4 kids. You got 60 cop cars there, and you only arrested 4 kids? That's not even making sense. It's not even jiving right. The math is not math. And like I said, look at all that police presence. Look at that. That's crazy. You would have thought that the president of the United States was coming through those streets with the police presence that you are able to see right here. Like, it don't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. You had like black helicopters in the air. You had the police. In another instance, people were saying that the reason that it was such a large police presence was because somebody stated that it was supposed to be a mass shooting. They called it a mass shooting or whatever it was, and this is the response that basically took place and happened. I'm like, yo, out of all of the mass shootings and incidences or whatever you want to call it that we had, I was never looking at a police presence like this. I was never looking at a police presence like this. Because if that's the case, then where's SWAT at? SWAT was usually the first ones on the scene. So where's SWAT? I'm looking at all of these cop cars, and they pretty much look the same. You got the white cop cars and also the SUVs. Like, what are we talking about here? Like I said, this stuff, it looks crazy. It's not fitting strange. And then when you also take a deeper dive, they stated that flights were canceled, right? So this is somebody who stated that they were there. I might have to zoom this in just so I can read it off to you guys. So this person said, I was at the Miami Mall yesterday. The government is lying. There were no kids fighting. Everyone started panicking because these gray creatures were walking around. They didn't make any noise or sounds, but stared and watched you move. I tried to take a video, but let me see. Can't tell if I'm actually pressing a button for it to stop or not. Hold on, let me see. I gotta let it play just a little bit. It might be a little bit longer than normal. Okay, there we go. Wait. I think I might have to go back. Okay, there we go. Right there. Okay. So he said, but wait, hold on. Where? Let me see. This is going to mess me up here. Hold on, let me see. Okay. There we go. But every time, oh my God. I think it went back when I tried to expand the screen. I was gonna have to maximize that. Okay, that's a little bit better for me. My bad. It's a little bit weird for me on this end. So let me just pull that back just a bit. All right, let that play just a little bit. Okay, there we go. He said, but every time I would try to, it would just bug out. They set a perimeter and wouldn't let anybody out or in unless they went through their photos. We were visited by aliens and the government is covering up. They were about 6 to 7 feet tall and walked very slow. They could turn their heads around completely and it seemed like they could change forms, like they didn't have any bones or could bend their bodies in whatever way. No fingers or feet, just arms and legs. So then let me see if it go to the next part. Okay, there we go. So then he said they could also seemingly teleport. They weren't walking around normally, but instead disappearing and then quickly reappearing somewhere else. This allowed them to walk through some of the glass displays in the mall and through the walls. You couldn't escape if they wanted you. If you don't get down, you couldn't escape if they wanted. You couldn't escape if they wanted to kill you. But they didn't seem aggressive, nor did they seem like they wanted to kill anybody. It almost seemed like they were lost, but they also weren't scared of the army of police that was all around. They must have felt like they were far superior. Right? And let's see. He also said they grounded all flights. Now pay attention to this. Now go and look this up, because I saw some clips that people basically had online. He said they grounded all flights for a period yesterday. They shut down police scanners in Miami area for hours. It wasn't intentional. They had no choice. Whatever these creatures are interfered with electronics. Why is there no video of this fight that they're talking about? This was posted earlier and I cannot verify its authenticity. All I can say is that this looks very similar to what I and others reportedly saw. No fingers or legs, anatomically consistent with a being that glides as opposed to step, right? Now, when I looked at some of the information online, people were showing how areas around Miami were blacked out, meaning that the electricity was down. Now,
like a mini vacay, just to start the.
So before I let that dude speak, pay attention. So you had a very large police presence. They supposedly arrested like 4 or maybe a few more kids that supposedly had sticks that caused a disruption and was trying to loot and all this other type of stuff. Again. But then within that taking place, people put up pictures talking about the power outages that took place. And then as you heard that person state, the police were trying to go through people's photos to make sure that I guess they didn't have something. I'm like, I've never heard an instance where something happens. Like, let's say a mass incident happens, right? I've never heard the police saying like, yeah, we got to go through your photos before you can get to safety. Never heard of that. But here, the dude is sitting up here telling like, okay, yeah, the police needed to go through the photos and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. Like, and then on top of that, the flights were grounded. Why would they need to sit up there and ground flights if a fight was happening at a mall? That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. But let's keep going. Let's keep going.
New Year's off, right? So anyway, we happen to be at that mall. So
all right, Arthur, have a good
Foot
day.
Locker or whatever. Next thing you know, you start hearing all this commotion outside, sound like firecrackers or something. So, you know what I'm saying? I grab her close. I'm like, yo, we about to get up out of here, because I originally thought that they were shooting. You know what I'm saying? I thought, some type of gunfight had broke out, whatever the case is, because we're not familiar with Miami, we're not familiar with the city. So I'm like, damn, I ain't even got my blick. So you know what I'm saying? We about to swerve. Next thing I know, it's like crazy. Like, we just see all these people running, like, fat chicks, old ladies, like, I'm talking about moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, old people even move. I'm talking about moving. So, my girl, she like, what's going on? I'm like, fuck all that. We out. Like, I'm not going to ask no questions. We just going to follow the crowd. Next thing you know, real, like, gunshots start going off. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we trying to follow the crowd, get out of there. I look back, no cap, yo. No cap. I look back. It looked like a big ass shadow, but it was solid at the same time, like a few shadows, but they were solid at the same time. And it almost looked like they was coming our direction, like they was chasing us, but they was disappearing and reappearing closer. So I'm like, yo, what? So we start really moving. Next thing you know, we start hearing more gunshots. Like, these dudes start firing at this shit. Get outside, mad police, all that. You know what I'm saying? The police is like trying to get all the people that ran out the mall. They like trying to detain these people, whatever. But me and my girl, we ended up just sliding past all that and everything like that. But a lot of people saying, why didn't nobody film and all that? When that type of shit is going on, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that, like some paranormal, nobody thinking about no phone. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going survival mode. But for real, they lying, yo. It was all them officers and all that. They was not there because of no kids fighting. It was really some like movie shit going on in there, yo. So that's what it was, yo.
So y'all heard that, right? And I want y'all to pay attention, because it's two different videos, right? So you heard him. He was in, I guess, like the hotel, because he said he's not from there. And he was explaining everything that he was able to see and what little bit he saw and all this other type of stuff from his perspective. Now, notice how for about 99.9% of the recording, his eyes were focused. He was looking directly at the camera, right? He was just focused. He was directly in on it, right? And that was his perspective. He was like, yeah, the cops know what was sitting up there going on. It was something way more than what it is that they're out here telling people, right? So now let's go to the next day and hear what it is that he has to say. And I want you to pay attention to the eyes and the body language.
My shit jumping like the trap. Nah, but for real, like real shit though, on the dead homies, I was trolling. I ain't never even been to Miami. Shit, yo, y'all be bugging. Yo, real shit though, y'all stay away from them fucking aliens and all that. Y'all be safe out there.
All right, guys.
So you heard that, right? So he basically gave all of these words. He was sitting up there saying this, that. Yeah, this stuff, happened and all this, and the police, they really do know, and all this other type of stuff, right? His body language, he had confidence. He was looking directly at the camera. He only looked off once on the first video when he was in that hotel. The next day, or whatever many days passed by that he decided to start, making a video and talking again, automatically the dude looking kind of nervous. He was like, no, I was never in Miami. I don't even know where that's even located, what a Miami even is. He was like, man, y'all just be, sitting up there believing, everything. It's like, y'all got my phone just going, straight off with all of this stuff. But, all this other type of stuff. And he kept looking around. He wasn't doing all that looking around when he was in that hotel. He wasn't looking back and forth and all. He wasn't doing none of that. That dude was doing a lot of moving around. He was touching his face quite a bit. Like I said, people got to pay attention to a lot of body language directly out here. And again, you could have some people that's some very great liars out here. You very could. Very could. But I'm just saying it's a little bit weird that you got such confidence in the first video. Then the second video is just like something just, I don't know. And then on top of that, from what people said on social media, he took down The video that I just showed y'all, they said that he took down that video or whatever, which is a little bit weird because if you did all of this for clout, if you did all of this just to catch a quick wave, then you wouldn't delete any videos. And the other thing that I've also, because Tippy was saying, like, how come we don't have no actual recordings? Just like the thing that I read off to you, a lot of other people said that when they tried to take a picture, the camera just like freaked out. Like it just wouldn't work. Like it was just, blurry, or it would just come out like it just wasn't working the way that we normally see cameras work. So like I said, I don't know how true any of this is. I just find it strange that when this took place, you didn't hear about it. Go back, look up Miami. You'll probably have to put in maybe Miami fight or Miami shooting or something like that, and see when it specifically happened and took place. You might have to use Twitter to go back and look at some dates as well, as a potential. But when it happened, normally, let's say like a mass shooting happens, we instantly know. When there's a huge 60 cop cars, you mean to tell me that we're not going to know that 60 cop cars in Miami just automatically showed up to the scene? And there's like, where's the news helicopters, right? Where's the news reporters to quote unquote be on the scene and to start talking to the cops and the witnesses? None of that happened. But we saw that any school shooting or mass shooting that we had, there was always witnesses and the news was always there. So like I said, a lot of stuff ain't clicking. A lot of stuff is not making sense. But let's continue with the police, because the police always got the answers. They got the truth. They're going to tell us what's really up.
So just to address a few clips that are going viral on social media right now. First, our response to that big incident in Bayside Marketplace. What happened was there was about 50 or more juveniles that were shooting fireworks at people. There was also some looting going on. So officers that were on that scene were having a little bit of trouble containing it. So they called what is called a citywide 3, which every officer in the city responded. That's why you saw so much police presence for that call to contain that crowd. Now, there is now video going viral of 8 to 10 foot aliens walking around Bayside. Is actually just a person walking with a shadow. So I can confirm to you all here today right now that there are no aliens in Miami in Bayside Marketplace at the moment. So it's Friday. I hope you guys have a great weekend and stay safe.
Right. So you see the police trying to make light or a joke out of the whole situation. You saw how they basically explained away every single thing, right? It was like, oh no, it was fireworks. It was, it was these things that took place, and we had a lot of people that were just doing like this one thing and causing this ruckus, and this is why we had to bring out this ultra large, response. But again, why would the power go out, or why was the power out in areas around that area? And why were all of the planes stranded? Why was that? That's like I said, that's all I'm saying. I'm just asking a question. Just asking a question. Tippy said, I get it, but no crazy pic didn't even record anything. They record UFOs, Bigfoot, but no recordings of what they saw. Something ain't right. Remember, the one dude who made that post on Twitter, he was sitting up here saying that the only way that you can get through the police blockade is if they were able to go through your phone, if they were able to go through, and see your pictures or your videos or whatever. Like I said, that's a pretty weird request, because even during actual like shootings and police got blockades or whatever it is, they've never done that. Never. Fox said they found dude and told him to renege. They removed that video, LMAO, but he somehow made a whole story and a video within moments of this happening, even though he wasn't in Florida. Yeah. Yep. So now we're going to roll over to this clip. Let me see. We're going to hit this one directly over here. We're going to see what this man is over here saying. Tippy said, but Seji, if the camera wasn't working, a lot of people would freak out, go home and tell social media what they saw. A lot of people will. I don't know, probably another guessing game. Let's put it like this. Why is it, if the media is saying what happened with the teens and all of this stuff, why don't they release the camera footage from the mall? We don't need the cell phone footage from people's phones. Release and we all know across America, malls have cameras all over the place. Nobody's going to tell me that they did not have, none of those mall cameras had an angle on anything that was going on, that all of this was happening magically in every single blind spot in the mall. Nobody's going to tell me that. So the police, they could release their body cam footage. That would be a hell of a lot of body cam footage if they got it. They could also potentially release the dash cam footage as well, on top of releasing the footage of the mall. They could easily do that. Yo, Lamiko, what is up? What is up? What is up? Said, what is up? Said Jihito and B1 family. But why did the Miami Police Department say there are no aliens in Miami at this moment? Like I said, I don't know what to tell you. I'll just put it as people try to tell you some stuff without telling you. But I'll also tell people this. You can look up something called Project Bluebeam as well. And you can look up a lot of other government projects of which, they've tested or tried or, all of these other things. But I'm going to let this dude say what it is that he got to say. And he stated that he is an eyewitness that was at the mall.
Yo, what up? What up? Peace. Good morning. Yo, I just got back from Miami, like this morning. And I was over there when all that shit went down at the mall, and there was some stuff going on. Yeah, there was some teenagers involved, and I'll tell you that because I was there. I'll break it down to you as far as like what went down and stuff like that. But there was a bunch of teens, right? And they had some little fucking little like a radio, like a little DVD player. They were fucking around with it. They were like, yeah, watch this. And then I'll show you. Watch, let me flip this shit around. Show you exactly what's going on. Okay, I was in Miami because I was on a little graffiti expo shit. So I was over there because dudes had me over there so I can go paint, right? So I was hanging around with my mans, and then we went to the mall just to see what's up. So this is what happened. This is what happened. This is what I'll draw you what can happen. This is what happened. Okay, there's a whole bunch of teens, right? A whole bunch of teens, and they had this little fucking box, like a little DVD player type thing, right? And they were like, yeah, watch, go ahead. And there was a whole bunch of them. They looked all nerdy. They weren't like thugged out. They all dressed nice and shit or whatever, but they were just right there, combo and shit. And a lot of them had like backpacks, and some of them had like weird ass glasses, like welding glasses. And I was like, what the fuck? And the other guy was like, just go ahead and plug it in. We're right here, we're safe, and so somebody plugged this shit in, and it started flickering, right? Because there was a column right here. I was over here on the top. I was up here on the top of the level. They were down here, and I was watching them from over here. Okay, so this shit started flickering, and it was flicking the rows of lights right here. All these lights were flickering. Then it started popping. When it started popping, everybody from over here started running this way to see, because everybody was nosy. And as soon as it started popping, this thing started glowing, and it started going like a force field. Woo, 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 woo. And everybody that was behind this, that I was seeing, everybody looked like this, like digital, like it was being disrupted by the wave. Only right here, not right here. Everything else was still flickering. Right here was still popping. People were running. As soon as they got close and they see how this thing was moving, everybody started going this way. When they started going this way, these guys started backing up, because from this, it started glowing, and it looked like somebody put a foot out like that. And then somebody put a hand out like that. And then all you see was this. All you see was like this, an image like that. That's all I seen. This was all glowing, so it was bright. This was the dark thing that I thought I seen come out. It looked like that. That's what came out. I was right here looking. It was me and 4 other dudes. 2 other guys ran over here and started filming. I'm waiting for them to give me the footage. But they say they got this thing coming out, and it didn't look like somebody. It looked more like everything got disrupted and was all wavy, and it did that effect. That's what it looked like to me. You know, I'm a graffiti artist. You know, I can do all kinds of shit with a spray paint can and make shit look like, you know, whatever. But you know, when you get a mirror and bend it and all kind of crazy shit, or you know, the sounds and whatever shit they got going on. But yeah, man, I seen this. This is what I seen, and it looked like it was coming out of this, and it's because whatever little box they had was bright and almost like you know, one of those military flashlights that they were trying to plug up, but it had like a horn to it because it was like, and all this was like disrupting and this shit right here was popping, you know, all this right here was popping. But this is what I seen. This is what I seen come out. And everybody's taking off, screaming like, oh my God, look at that. Everybody's turning around and look back to see this. And they were like, oh my God, and running. And at that point, this shit already fell and broke. And we were still right here walking this way because somebody started shooting from over here. Because we seen lights, like 2 or 3 lights, and then the dudes that are right here, because those people right here looking, they took off this way. That's what.
So you heard that. And in other videos from quote unquote eyewitnesses, people had mentioned that they were shooting, that was taking place. Most said, LOL, they plugged up a device that opened portals to different dimensions. Hey, you know, like I said, I look at a lot of different stuff. And I completely understand when a lot of people don't believe or they look at certain stuff like, man, that ain't happening. I would just simply tell people you can, you know, what was it? Not HAARP. It should be CERN. I think it was. Isn't it CERN? I think it is. We got some stuff here. You got the Hadron Collider. You got CERN. You got different stuff that. And you can look up certain types of reports online where scientists have been working on technology because they theorize that they can use certain tech to open up portals to other dimensions and other stuff, you know, like that. And they also got, you know, tech that can do other types of things such as, you know, reality type of you know, warping or changing. Like I said, a lot of the stuff, it sounds, you know, far-fetched. It sounds not realistic at all. And I completely understand to a lot of people because, you know, people are like, yo, if we really got this technology, why wouldn't they show us? Because if they actually showed you a lot of stuff that was out there, people would freak out. It would cause chaos. People would not know how to react. A lot of people say that they could take in certain information, and it's like they couldn't. Like if people in a sense really knew. Case in point, let's just look at it like this. Go back and look at General Byrd back in I showed y'all that video too, back in 1942, 3, 4, 5, somewhere up in there. General Byrd. Look up General Byrd and look up his flights and look up the interview that he did. In the first part of the interview that he had on a television show, the guy asked General Byrd, he was like, so General Byrd, you've flown all over the world and seen every single continent. You pretty much, some can say that you pretty much explored everything. So for the younger people out there that want to journey and quest around the world, since you've seen everything, what could you say to inspire them, to basically keep going since you've seen everything? And he sat up there and said, like, yeah, I've flown over, all the continents, but there is some, land masses out there that have not been explored. And I kid you not, go listen to, if people don't believe me, go listen to General Byrd and go listen to his interview. He told people that past Antarctica, there were more land masses. He even witnessed and seen a landmass that's the same size as North America, if not larger, and that there are other land masses out there that are unexplored. So he was telling people like, yeah, I have flown across and seen the known world, the one that we all know, but there is others directly out there. Again, like I said, if it sounds far-fetched, I completely 100% understand. I would just tell you to go look up General Byrd and go look up the interview that he had. Just, J Love said bugged out. Yeah. Tippy said, hell no, if that happened, then where's my superpowers? Fox said CERN has the collider opening black holes and wormholes. HARP is the weather control machine. Yep. Fox said everyone should know that the Mandela effect, but can't explain it nor how it happens. Like I said, I know of the Mandela effect, irregardless on if people want to believe it or not. I've witnessed certain, like I said, certain stuff I do remember as a child. I remember the Monopoly guy with a monocle. Ain't nobody going to sit up there and tell me nothing different. I remember that 100%. I wish I had the older Monopoly board that I have, but I remember this dude with a monocle over his eye. And in some instances, he would hold the monocle in his hand. Like, nobody's going to sit up there and try to tell me like that just did not exist. Like, I saw it. And Curious George, yes, the dude did have a tail. He did. I like I said, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. I don't. Vincent said the problem with that is you don't know what kind of portal they are opening or what kind of beings are behind that portal, are benevolent or malevolent. Yeah, that's true. Mo said you can't run a CERN from a mall wall socket. I mean, you are correct, but I will say this. There are other technologies directly out there. Again, they're just now telling everybody about quantum computing, but they've been had quantum computing. They're trying to tell you like it's this huge race to be the first to, be able to deliver and make quantum computing. All of these countries been had this stuff. This tech has been there. This is not something that like they just started or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, people got to understand the repeat that is going on, and I'll prove it to you. Go back and look at the older computers from like the 50s and the 60s, where those computers used to take up like full rooms. They used to take up full schools, right? Go look at those old computers, the giant blocky rectangular type of computers that stood up, right? That did all the computing power. And then look at the stuff that we got now. So the redo of that same tech, go look at the quantum computers. Look at the images and the pictures of the quantum computers and look up those boxes. It's almost like the exact same boxes. You're seeing the exact same thing happen again. The same, how the tech was looking with those first computers, that's how quantum computing is working. That's how it's looking. But then if you also look at, I don't know the exact terminology, but there's a term that is used for the type of jump that happens in technology. And that is what we're quote unquote going through at this moment in time. But my theory is that we're not really going through a jump in technology. It's just that they're deciding to release certain technologies, right? Because remember, they used to sit up there and tell us that we had the dark ages, right? So and we don't really have anything to account for a lot of the stuff in the Dark Ages and all this other type of stuff. When you think about the Dark Ages, you're just thinking about everything just being nighttime. It's like it's pitch black. But the thing I'll sit up there and tell people is look at it in a sense of an age of where you got all of these wonders, but at the same time, they're making sure to either destroy, hinder, or hide a lot of these wonders that are directly out there. Because remember, you got Tesla, you got Nikola Tesla, and the type of technology, that he basically has. And then if you look from Nikola Tesla, look at a lot of the technology that we have. We got machines out here that can make water out of thin air. They are literally pulling the water molecules out of the air, putting it through a machine, and you got 100% clean water. So it's like Mo is correct. You are not running CERN, that whole thing directly from like an ordinary plug, but who's to say that they don't have condensed technology? Because remember, the government hides technology all day long. What was the one story that I brought to y'all before yesterday? It was that F-35 fighter jet that cost $100 million to make. And for the lifetime of the project, the lifetime of that plane, the project is going to cost somewhere up to about $1.7 trillion. So, and that's just something that they just told you about, that we got a plane out there that costs $100 million. That's not even adding in the fuel cost. That's not adding in the bullets, the weapons, and all of this other type of stuff. And they lost that. They lost that for a brief second, and then it just magically ended up destroyed. And they said that from Lockheed Martin, that is the most advanced plane that we have at this moment in time, especially how it's connected. Now, what it's connected to, I couldn't even sit up there and tell you. Yo, what is up, Ty? Ty said, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube makes this stream disappear. Fox said, yes, sir, Mr. Monopoly. The monocle cures George Tell, Mandela dying, and a coup dime change. It's presidential face, Sinbad genie movie. Yeah. I almost want to say I remember that Sinbad movie, and I swear for a brief second I saw it on television. Like, I kid you not. Like, I kid you not. I can't list you the television station. I know it was broadcast from, I think, what I can recollect, but I swear to you, I saw that directly on TV. And as people have shown, it's crazy how Sinbad that came out with like, yeah, I never did a movie like that. It doesn't exist. And it's like, yeah, I did do it. Like, yo, like, what's happening? Because then you got people out here showing the actual videotape. It's like, yeah, I got that. It's like, word? Where did you get that from? Because the rest of the public don't got it. And then Sinbad made a joke. He was like, yeah, if you got that video, just note that they're coming for you. And I'm like, that's a weird joke. I'm like, that's a little bit of a weird joke to the innocents do. And I want people to remember, I'm not sure if people forgot, it wasn't that long ago that Sinbad was having some real tough health problems. Sinbad was really having some tough health problems. Like I said, I'm not sure if people like actually remember or not, but real tough. But what was that? Ty said, YouTube going to hit you with that. You know too much. And Tippy said, a lot of creepy stuff happens in every decade. Some people say that Titans, the giants, are sleeping mountains. Yeah, people said that about Hawaii. If you look from a satellite image, what they said was, if you look from a satellite image dealing with Hawaii, where Maui is, it looks like they try to like lobotomize something that is there, because when you look at the image of Maui and you see how it's shaped, it almost looks like something is sleeping there. And the funniest thing is, I'm not sure if anybody knows about One Piece. I'm sorry, not One Piece. I'm not sure if anybody knows about One Punch Man, right? For That's a little bit weird. Why is there a space like that? I've never seen that before. That's a little bit weird. I've never seen that doing this. It's a little bit weird. Anyways, if you look up One Punch Man, there's a character in there that is called God, right? And God is a interdimensional being, and God has different dimensions, right? So you got different levels, right? So let's say for us, we're 3D, right? So that would be a third dimension God, right? Because there's tiers. So then you got a fourth dimension, a fifth dimension, a sixth dimension, and so on and so on and so on. And one of the images of this God that is near the planet is on the moon. And they show the body of that God in almost in like a fetal position. Right. So, like I said, it's, a lot of this stuff is pretty interesting. A lot of this stuff is pretty interesting. Just like looking at animes where they start showing you these world maps, and on that world map they'll show you in a sense like a flat type of surface, but on that surface there's a multitude of worlds, and you have to do certain things in order to get to like those other continents or those other areas, and each area has its own biome and different things. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff directly out there. Like I said, I feel like in entertainment, again, they'll tell you a lot of truths, but they'll also hide that with a lot of other things as well. Right? The deception. So they'll give you truth, but with that truth, they'll give you deception. Fox said, "Thank you. I say all the time, our tech is far beyond what we know. The powers are just like this is why I told people before when I used to do my Tippy was there, and a few other, I think Tippy Ty and a few other people was there. And some of the live streams that I used to do on the original channel, I used to talk about some of the cars that they had and how they have they still got a car that is able to run on anything that's liquid. They literally built a engine where you can put Chanel No. 5, you can put gasoline, you can put oil. As long as it is a liquid, the engine can run off of that. But they discontinued it because of quote unquote cost effect. But realistically, it got discontinued because it would pretty much make oil, gas obsolete. Because there's no reason to sit up there and do anything. You can just pretty much make your own fuel by getting some rainwater. All right, let me get a funnel rainwater directly into the tank. Wow, okay, we're good. You can do stuff like that. Like I said, for me, from my perspective, from some of the things that I'm able to understand, and looking at old tech and whatnot, a lot of that stuff is far more advanced than the stuff that we got now. Like when you look at the artistry, when you look at the art, like go and see some marble pieces. That's advanced. Like the craftsmanship, you have never seen nothing like that in this time. Like a lot of the craftsmanship when it deals with like the pyramids, you have not seen anything like that close to it in modern times. And then the craziest part is you got scientists and archaeologists talking about, oh yes, it's so advanced and all this other type of stuff. And even with all of the mathematics that they got, they still can't figure out how the pyramids and a lot of these other objects were both moved and positioned. But yet you got videos out there. If people look up sound, absorb and study whatever you can about sound, and that will answer a lot of questions. Because they got experiments where you can use sound to levitate very heavy objects. You can do sound is a very, very powerful thing. You can use it to cut rock. You can use it to blow up rock. You can use it to levitate. You can use it to push, pull, and move. You can also use it at a certain frequency in order to melt. Like I said, people got to understand, sounds and frequencies, and everything has a certain type of tune, certain type of key, stuff like that. Like I said, a lot of stuff sounds a little bit far beyond the stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Fox said, I know there's a lot of subliminal messages in it, so I think it had to be canceled. Ty said, but if you pay attention to some of the video games and movies, a lot of stuff is based on ish that they don't want us to know. That's true. And I always believe XCOM. Oh, yeah. Yep. Fox said One Punch Rocks. Yep. Ty said, man brought out Saitama and lost his thoughts. No, like I knew where I was going. I went from Saitama and then I went to like Hunter x Hunter. So Hunter x Hunter was the part where I was talking about this giant. Like I said, at the end of Hunter x Hunter, somebody can just probably try to type it in Twitter or YouTube. Go to the end of Hunter x Hunter, or maybe it's the last episode. What was it? What was the name? It was Gon. I was trying to get the character's name. That's why I froze for a minute. The main character in the series, you'll see him with the green hair, with the brown eyes and the green clothes. He'll be on top of like what almost seems like a world tree, right? If you think about world tree or things like that, you think about, you know, like Asgard, you'll think about the Norse and all of that stuff, right? So while he climbed, you know, like this type of like world tree that's in like the upper atmosphere because of how large it is, his dad starts telling him about these other places that exist far beyond this land. And he shows like this, you'll start to see like this map that starts to show, and you see all of these other land masses beyond what you originally knew about the anime. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's quite crazy. I'm like, wow. Like I said, just a thought. Tippy said, I remember a video of an Army or Navy made with AI Jetworth. Not gonna rewind that because I was yawning. I remember a video of the Army or the Navy. They made a AI jet worth millions, and they wanted to test it out. Once the engine started, it flew and it fell into the ocean. It didn't even make it to the air. Fox said, Saitama the man punch the dust off of people and do push-ups and jumping jacks. Yep. Ty said, check Discord. It's relevant. All right, I got you. Let me go through these comments real quick. Tippy said, find a picture of Hawaii. I want to see it. I never heard of that before. Fox said, I heard of that car. It would run auto and petroleum industry. It would ruin auto and petroleum industries. Yeah. Vincent said, you ever heard of the Dyson Sphere? Yeah. I think I might have talked about, like I said, a lot of the stuff I talked about in previous those live streams no longer exist on this channel, the first one. But a lot of the stuff I would happen to like talk to y'all about, it would probably be about like 15 or whatever of us directly in a live stream, maybe even a little bit less. And I would just start talking about like a lot of this, you know, type of stuff that, you know, I would just run into and I read about and stuff like. But the Dyson Sphere is a very interesting one because that deals with a civilization that is of a much higher intellect. That's a civilization that I think, from what they stated before, they should be on the area of being able to terraform. And they're interstellar. They're able to go from, you know, different solar systems. So they would basically build this large sphere that would harness the energy of either their solar system star or whatever star is directly out of there. And they would use that for various means, if it means fuel or energy for whatever. And like I said, I found that to be pretty interesting because scientists have stated that there was a star that was out there and it had a weird type of like wobble, or it would periodically have like these waves where it seemed like something was blocking the light. And they theorized that chances are very great that it's not another planet, but that it could be a Dyson Sphere from a higher up, you know, civilization, you know, stuff like that. Tibby said, because it was all supposedly built by aliens, they say. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Sage. It was gone. Thank you. Like, I swear to you, when I was trying to think of his name, my brain completely froze on that. Completely froze. Tippy said, what was that? Can't complain about. Oh, okay. Vincent said, getting infinite power from the sun, we can power an entire planet. Yeah. Yep. Vincent said, like a tier 3 to 5 civilization. Yep. And the funny thing is to basically try to stay grounded for the people that are here. There are inventors. I can't really speak much for the American inventors because some of them don't exist anymore because they were mysteriously taken care of. But you have some inventors in Africa who have come up with engines that run. Like, you got one dude that created an engine that runs on water. You got another one. I think he has like a kinetic-ish type of engine, where it just needs a start and then it'll just keep running. Like I said, there's a lot of ingenious things directly out here. The one interesting thing, I'll tell you this. The one interesting thing that I was looking forward to, I wanted to see if that was going to happen. They said that he said this. Trump said that if he was elected, that he would bring back the World's Fair. That is something that if even possible, I couldn't even tell people the type of I'm trying to look for the word. Implications ain't word. There would be very positive things that would come from that. Being able to see a variety of different tech. Like I said before, that was the one thing I loved about the Iron Man movie. When they were talking, I think, what was it, Iron Man 3? I forgot. Whichever one where, it was showing like the World's Fair or something to that effect. It was pretty, it should have been 3. It was very interesting. I would think that would be a huge positive for the United States. Like, if we had like a World's Fair where we basically started, allowing people to show off like the tech and different inventions and stuff like that. This is why I like older times, like the 60s, 50s, and the 40s. Yeah, we had some jacked up stuff dealing with the government and other things of that nature. But when you look at the tech that they had, a lot of that tech is advanced than some of the stuff that we got right now. Like, they had stoves that didn't need fire. Like, it wouldn't even it was crazy. Some of the videos that they have, if you're able to see some of the videos of older inventions from like the 60s, 50s, 40s, and 30s, they have some crazy nice tech that I'm like, why are we using this archaic stuff? Why are we, using a stove that needs fire when you clearly have something else that didn't use fire at all in order to cook? Crazy stuff. Yo, Hack, what is up? Ty said, fun fact, I had a teacher in middle school who worked for the government as a scientist. He would answer any and all of our questions, from ray guns to particle cannons. After 2 years, that man magically ended up disappearing and no one has found him since. Nobody. His house burnt down. Phone was off. Man disappeared off the face of the earth. Yeah. Certain people, like I said, like the entertainment industry, like how they go, like let's say like Cat Williams, right? Oh, there was another video I was actually supposed to show too. And it fit in with what I said earlier about how it is that Cat was, telling a whole bunch of truths. And then when he let go some of that truth, they started putting all of this negative spin and stuff like that in the media. If anybody takes the time out, it's the weekend, you have free time or whatnot, take out the time to go on YouTube and just search up inventors. Like, search up inventors, just put in maybe somebody an engine. No. Type in, because some people probably got some videos up. Type up inventors who have died or something like that. Like, any which way you cut it, you'll probably start seeing some videos of people that created like different types of like water engines and all these other types of things. Like I said, It's crazy stuff, and it gets even crazier when the deeper you go. Ty said, did you see the Ice Cube response? Oh yeah, I showed that off about 2 hours ago, because I think we've been streaming for about 4 hours and 29 minutes. I showed it off about 2 hours ago. I showed off Ice Cube. I showed off the response from Faizon Love. Showed off the response of Tiffany Haddish. And went through and kind of added more context directly to that. And I also showcased the fact that the I can't even say the word right. The generosity that comes from Cat Williams. You had other celebrities speaking on the nice things that they've done specifically for him. And note, Cat is not the type of person to tell people like, yeah, come out and defend me. I did something for you. Come out and defend me. You better do. He don't do that. If you actually like mess, with him, like, you're on his side and stuff, those people are solid and they're going to come out and speak for that dude. And that's what quite a few celebrities have done. They came out and started speaking on, Cat's behalf in a positive manner. And telling people all of the nice things that he's done. But notice how you can't hear that about a lot of these other celebrities that are giving this response to Cat. It's crazy. Tippy said, yeah, I like the 50s fridge. It looked bigger and made sense. The 50s fridge was made for you to survive a nuclear explosion. Yeah, that was those, like I said, a lot of the stuff that was built back then, it was built to last. It was very much built to last. Like I said, that type of mastery when it deals with a product is beautiful. But you can't get that no more because they just want you to keep, buying stuff after every few hours. I said hours. After every few years. Vincent said, in order for us to be a star-faring species, we would have to be on the same accord. In other words, racism, sexism, religion, BS. Yeah. And I've said that before. Like I said, I told people I can sit up there and meet people where they are, and I can be on a whole, different type of area. I've understood and known for a very long time that in order for us to be successful as a human race, as a human species, we would have to disregard all of the small things that we normally argue. I'll put it to you like this. The moment in time that you can get rid of greed is the epitome of all of this. The moment in time you get rid of greed, that'll knock down racism. That'll start to knock down that sexism. That will knock down that religion and a lot of other things. You get rid of that. Get rid of that greed, and everything else is going to start to fall by the wayside. It'll start all falling by the wayside. And if people don't know what I'm talking about by greed, go look up BlackRock and Vanguard and go look up how much they're worth. Go look up all of the stuff that they own. Right? So, like I said, greed is it's a hell of a drug. Ty said, you forgot they never showed me you was even alive. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it happens. We technically hit a high today. We had about 60 people that was actually watching, or maybe 60 plus. Like I said, that was the first. So I'm not surprised if they didn't tell you that I was live. Can't be too shocked. You also said, I've been up since 4 a.m. and never knew you was live. Damn. Pink said, I sent you something on IG from TikTok. Ty said you sat here and forgot about Discord. Facts. No, I didn't forget. I was just going through, all the what's the names. I wanted to make sure to do that before I went to Discord. So now I ain't forget. This man always thinking he spotted something. Hopefully Discord will let me sign in without having to use my phone. It should. It very much should. All right, there we go. What we got? Oh, yeah. Yep. Wait. Also, YouTube hides your live status. I typically see that you're live, but recently I haven't been seeing anything. And you said, and my friend got unsubbed from your channel out of nowhere. Yeah. So speaking on, okay. So speaking of what you just said about the unsub, what YouTube has been doing over the course of like the years and the months that I haven't been on the original channel, they've been peeling back, taking away subscribers. Because before, YouTube used to have a warning up there. They were like, okay, if you start to see a change in your subscriber numbers, that's because we're getting rid of like, duplicates and troll accounts and all this other type of stuff, right? They're talking about they're getting rid of the inactive accounts and stuff. And I'm not understanding why would you get rid of, like, okay, somebody ain't been on YouTube in let's say like 2 years. Why would you get rid of that account and basically unsub a person? I'm like, that don't even make any sense because it's not hurting your system. Because you're treating this like it's Google or Yahoo emails, like, oh, it's too many emails in here or whatnot or whatever. You got to erase something. You're losing up space. And like I said, it's crazy how a lot of these things transpire. And happen. And tell your friend that I apologize that he got a sub. I have no control directly over this. And remember, we were at about 95 to 96K. We're now down to about 92K on the first channel. And the reason that that's down is because YouTube has been either deleting profiles or unsubbing profiles or both, causing the subscriber number to basically drop down. So, like I said, it's, it is what it is. I don't know what else, in this is tell people. Tippy said, I've been up since 5 a.m. and it's now 9. I feel you, Tippy. I've been up for a minute. And I can feel the tiredness kicking in. I can feel the tiredness. Vincent said, I was thinking about a weapon called a death spinner. It shoots microfilament webbings that slice through flesh. Like, how does that work? That sounds very interesting. That would sound like something that Pinhead would basically have. Hellraiser. Sound like something that Hellraiser would be using. And then he'll turn you into that exact same weapon or something like that. Ty said, oh, he knows. I already told him YouTube hates you. So Ty has sent me the image that I was talking about. So if you happen to look at Maui, it's like it's something like this, but the person, I'm sorry, I said person. It's something like the image that you're able to see. I gotta now scroll that directly over here. It's something similar to like this, like how you kind of see like the fetal position, but sort of kind of like on the side, like that. And the other thing that people got to remember is that they stated that if you look at a lot of, and this is something I went over before, if you look at a lot of the mountains, they don't really look like mountains. It looked reminiscent of what used to be like a very large tree. And like a lot of the ravines and stuff that we see, a lot of this stuff is, like, I guess you could say like calcified. So yeah, in a sense, technically it is rock, but originally it was quote unquote a very large tree, that existed. Because remember, we got, what was it? The redwoods, the sequoias or whatever it was. We got some trees that grow pretty tall and they're pretty large as well. And then in Africa, I think you got a tree that's up there that's been around. I think they almost said like damn near since the days of Christ or whatnot. Tree is about like 2 to 5, 1,000 years old. And, like I said, you got a lot of old stuff directly out here. If you got trees out here that are that old, then just imagine the life that is in the waters, in the deep, darkest parts. Like I said, if you got trees that are thousands of years old that are on top, just imagine what is directly in the sea that we just don't see. Ooh, that kind of rhyme. Imagine what is in the sea that we just don't see. Bars. Yeah, Ty said that's the image of God from One Punch Man. Facts. This man said, I'll be up on the searches. Yeah, it's facts. That is straight facts. Straight facts. Tippy said, oh wow, It really looks like a sad man kneeling. Yeah, that's from One Punch, right? Now, if you go look at Maui and you look at the burnt area, like I said, it looks weird. It looks very, very weird when you actually go look at it. And what's the name? So then you got the other part for me, which has to do with Hunter x Hunter, right? So let me just pull that directly up here. So basically, dealing with the whole thing of like a world outside of other worlds, right? So on Hunter x Hunter, this is what the map, in a sense, look like, right? So you can clearly see that you have very large. Now, I want to make this very clear. The dinosaurs, the stuff that you see, they're larger than what you think that they are. Like, these are like giant world type beasts. Because if you look at one of the birds, it looks the same size as the volcano that's in the background. Again, this is the anime. I'm just, basically giving a reference and stating. When you look at the sea, you see something reminiscent of old times, right? In older maps and different stuff, and in older flags, they used to have dragons and stuff like that that would appear, in the water, and and stuff like that. You also see like the giant squid, because the ocean and stuff that is there is larger than what is actually being shown. They're just showing us in a smaller perspective to fit and to show you stuff, right? And then outside of that giant square, looking forward, you see a whole nother continent that is there. I think smaller islands are called like plateaus, if I remember correctly from school. But you see like other smaller continents. But the funniest thing is, if you really look close, I don't know if y'all could actually. Can I actually pinpoint to that? Can I use my mouse on that? Damn, I can't. Okay, so the place in the middle of that ocean, if you look real close, one of those continents look like Africa. If you look real close, one of those continents looks just like Africa. Like I said, for me, I just, I notice a lot of things in a lot of these animes and in a lot of these shows, and what it is that people mention. It's very interesting. That's the best way I can put it. Got Miss Callahan said Mars. Ty said I sent you Maui. Every time I keep saying Maui, I think about what's the name? What is it? Thinking about the thingamajig. Let me see. We need. I wish I had the satellite image. I think I'm not even sure if I even have it on this computer, because this is like Maui, but it's not the what's the name though. It doesn't give you the effect of seeing Maui burnt the way that it is, like looking like scorched earth and whatnot. But like I said, when people, if you happen to have the free time and you happen to go look it up, try to look for the satellite images, and look at Maui and just let your eyes just like sit there and look directly at it. Like I said, it looks pretty strange how it is that they use like I was about to say laser. How it is that everything was burned by a natural disaster. Like I said, it's crazy. Man, I gotta remind myself. That's what happens when that lack of sleep starts, rolling up on you. Lack of sleep starts rolling up on you. Ty said the image of what? So remember what happened in Hawaii? What was it last year? Wasn't it early? No, it wasn't early last year. Was it? Whenever was it the summer? It was July, wasn't it? I think it was like June or July. Remember what happened in Hawaii, right? Where people were getting burned directly out of their homes in different areas. You said, wait, the one you just sent? That's how I know I'm tired. I made a mistake and got directly out of Discord. And I went back. I was like, yo, where's Discord at? I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Discord was just up. Let me see. Yeah, it's close. It's close to that one. That's technically a better picture of what's the name. It was a video I watched. It was on I want to say it was on TikTok. A guy had a picture. It was like a satellite image of Maui, of how it basically looked during the fire that broke out. And it's like, when you look at it, okay, technically this is a good image. Like, when you look at it, if you can see like the full thing, it starts to look a little bit weird. Like Tippy was saying, like she was talking about the Titans and Giants and stuff like that. Yeah, when you look at a lot of this stuff, it starts looking a little bit weird. It starts looking a little bit, I'm like, yo, what am I really, is that really like a full-fledged continent? Because the dude was trying to say, he was like, the way that they basically, the way that it was burned, it looked as though that they were trying to stop something from, getting up or awakening or whatnot. I really wish I had the clip of that, but it's been so long at this moment in time. I'm not even sure if I would be able to find it. And plus, going through the hard drive, that's going to be a whole nother thing. Tippy said Moana. Tippy said, I tilted my phone and I saw Africa. Yeah. Tippy said, who planted sequoia trees? That I cannot tell you. And then on top of that, where the hell would you even get those seeds from? That's another question. Like I said, everything has to start from somewhere. So where would the seeds of, sequoias even come from? That is I don't think, has anybody ever asked that question? Because again, everything starts from somewhere. Like the sequoia trees didn't just appear. Like everything has a seed, and and all this other. Like I said, it's very interesting. Tippy said it looks like someone is laying down. Yeah. Fox said this year the fires. Yeah. Wait, didn't that happen in September, October? It was one of those. It was one of those months. Tippy said, if you tilt your phone, it looks like a huge head. Yeah. Yep. And you'll sit up there and notice the areas of, where it was burnt. And it's like, it looks kind of weird. It's like, what is really, in a sense, going on that we just, in a sense, don't know. And also, again, like I told people before, I bring this up every single year. If you don't believe, conspiracy and all this other type of stuff, fine, no problem. Just go do your research and look up the Antarctic Treaty and explain to me, out of all the wars and everything that we're having fighting over land, how is it possible that all of these continents, all of these countries came together and they were like, you know what, this is just going to be peace. We're going to treat this like the hotel in John Wick. Once you're here, there are no wars. No matter what you feel, no matter what animosity, no matter what's going on everywhere else, there is no wars on this land. Just think about that. From everything that you know, the poles are the only areas where you have not had wars, where you have not had bloodshed. Everywhere else around the world, though, is completely fine. And also remember the fact that dealing with Antarctica, you got dignitaries that go there, you got presidents that go there, you got the other representatives of other nations. They get to also come there as well. And you have to ask yourself a question. Why would a president of the United States be at Antarctica? If there's nothing there but snow, what's the use of even being there? It's not like it got great food there. It's not like it's a spa retreat. I said a spa retreat. So again, you got to ask a lot of questions. Like I said, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Fox said, "LOL, true. Technically, my habits less than a few months equals the same year, right?" Tippy said, "You said a tree in Antarctica." Damn, did I say that? Anyway, I'll just sit up there and talk about the what's name. There was a video I think I seen at one point where they were quote unquote in Antarctica, and there was an area that wasn't covered by snow, which means if there's an area not covered by snow, that there is volcanic activity. It's very warm volcanic activity. And the other things that scientists have also stated before is that at one point in time, Antarctica was a warm climate. This is why they stated that they're able to go there and they're finding, certain bones, and they're finding the fossilized remains of certain plants from, long ago, and all of that stuff. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff there that we are not being specifically told about or informed about. They're doing certain experiments and other things like that up there as well too. But it is what it is. Tippy said, "No, I'm asking." Said, "I want to look it up." Trees. That one I cannot specifically tell you. I can sit up and tell you that I've seen videos of warm areas where they don't have snow. I think in a video dealing with General Byrd, I think he also shows that as well, but it's from like a further distance. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. And again, I understand that people don't believe in conspiracies or whatever you want to call it. Just understand this. Scientists found another ocean in the Earth's crust, and it's larger than the ocean that we have. So like I said, they will tell you stuff without telling you stuff. So you mean to tell me that the known ocean that we have, there was another ocean underneath that is deeper and larger? So if that ocean is deeper and larger, and it's obviously been here for a hell of a long time, what is in those waters? What's in those waters? Like I said, just questions, simple questions. Ty said you go take a nap. I'm probably about to do that. Tippy said, "Oh, in Iceland, how do you explain the colorful sky? I want to go there." Oh, you talking about like the Aurora Borealis? It looks dope. You got the same thing in Alaska as well, in certain northern parts of Canada. Hack said, check your Discord when you get the chance. Let me see. Let me go back and check this. Doom, 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 doom. ReZero fan. I think I would have to check out what that is. I might know what it is. I might not. I would have to figure it out. Okay. I can do that. I got to get my mind straight because I'm trying to sit up there and get my focus. This Lord. Wait. Tippy said, "I saw a lake in the ocean." Yeah. Oh, and then the other thing too is that for certain areas in the deepest waters around certain continents, they found, how did they describe it? It was like a different type of area. There's like, all right, so we normally have, how can you explain it in water? Okay, yeah. You have certain water currents, right? We got the known water currents that we have. But scientists have found around certain continents that there's another water current underneath. Like it's a lot of stuff. It's that's the best way I can explain. It's a lot of stuff dealing with the water. But again, we shouldn't be just finding out about this stuff. because we should know more about our planet than we do about Mars, than we do about the moon, than we know about the sun, Jupiter, and stuff 582 light years away. We should know more about the surface of our planet and the deepest inner workings before we know about anything else. Fox said, you sound really tired. I'm seeing the briefcase developing under your eyes. Oh, man. Vincent said, so there's a possibility of continental bodies under the crust. Yep. If you got an ocean, you obviously must have some other land masses that are also there as well. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, they'll tell you stuff without telling you stuff. Ty said, send it to me, and let me see. Timmy said, stop channel hopping. Timmy said, and I saw the ocean split 2 different colors. It's weird. Like I said, it's a lot of amazing stuff that is directly out there that can be found. It's pretty crazy. But what we're going to do is we're going to end it basically right there because our brother's tired and my brain is going into the gray matter region. Don't know what's exactly going on, but I know it is because I'm tired. But much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that is here. We technically went, I'm just going to round it up for about like 5 hours because it's about 4:55. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see, what was it? Ty said, nah, you knew what you were doing. Wait, what? I'm lost. Also, you give me something to listen to when I worked this basketball game. Pink said, wait, please look at what I sent you. Okay, I got you. Oh, I was about to leave the wrong page. Hold on. Let me see that real quick. All right, go to IG. All right, just had to make sure that that was completely fine and dandy. Because Stevie Wonder got into a fight with his drummer back in the day and beat his ass. That's crazy. That is insane. Didn't even know that. Stevie Wonder getting into fights. Let me see. This dude was like, "What you talking about, buddy?" So let's watch this video that Pink sent real quick. Let me try to move this directly over. Now I gotta highlight the tab. Share this instead. So we're gonna watch this real quick.
Hey. What you looking for, bro? You don't live there. Huh? You don't live there. What you talking about, buddy? I know who it is. It's a woman that live there, bro. Ain't no dudes live there. Buddy, I lost my key. That's what I did, buddy. The what? You don't live there, bro. You don't live there, bro. You need to move around, bro. Okay, I'm gonna come around right now, dog. Huh? I'm coming around right now, dog. All right, now you got to move around, bro. You ain't even live there, bro. I'm getting the contract right now. Bro. I'm gonna let you know. Hey, I'm gonna let you make the choice, bro. Why? Because you don't live there. Get out from people's door, bro. That's my house, buddy. That's not your house. That's my house right there. That's not your house, big homie. Oh, man. All right. Huh? That's not where you live there, big homie. Okay, figure it out there quick, buddy. Right. Hey, bro. Hey, bro, you got to move around, bro. No, I'm not moving around nothing, buddy. This is my house. I ain't moving nothing, buddy. That's not where you live, bro. That's going to get you hurt, bro. Why? That's going to get you hurt because you don't live there. Why? You don't live there. Boy, I got it. Can you do it? That's the problem, though.
So you might want to move away from my door.
Yes, somebody been fucking the door, though.
But I'm telling you now, I got a gun. So
Ma'am, I'm trying to tell you, somebody trying to break in my door, and I'm trying to tell you.
But
Okay, 7921, man. 7921. Okay.
Now let me pause it real quick. I want everybody to understand. The woman, she stated that she is home. She's told to do it like, yo, you need to back away from my door because I do have a gun. She said that multiple times, right?
Okay. I'm outside. I'm not even.
You're not playing at your house, bro. You drunk.
This is my house, homeboy.
That's not where you live, baby. You drunk,
Okay,
bro.
all right.
Yeah, move around, bro. I ain't gonna move around. This is all women live here, bro. I don't do that. So you have to move around, bro. Wear your shoes. Get your shoes. Get your little shit on the ground, man. Move around.
Dude, what the fuck is going on with you, man?
I'm gonna show you. Don't do that, bro. That's dangerous, man.
All right, bro. This is my house. This is my house. I'm calling your brother. That's it. That's it, man.
There, bro.
Good night, brother.
You don't live there.
This is my house.
I'm finna listen to myself.
Vai pure forma ya ni maso ya kibo ya vai also मैं बाहर पूरी मांचे आंसू मोले पूरी में जान.
Hey, and like the caption was stated, she was like, I love this black man protecting his neighbors. You clearly heard that a woman lives there. And you saw the guy that was there barefoot and all, like he was just coming directly out the caves. The dude decided that he wanted to just be there. He wanted to do whatever he was. People was telling him like, yo, you don't live here. The homeowner sitting up there saying like, yo, get off my porch, get away from my front door. I got a gun. You heard the two dudes basically sitting up there talking. The one dude that was talking the whole time was like, hey, this woman lived there. I know who live there. You don't live there. I don't know what you're doing, but you need to sit up there and move around. Like, you ain't about to do this here. And like I said, I don't care if that dude is intoxicated, inebriated, whatever it is. He must not know nothing about fear. Because he was about to get dealt with in a multitude of ways, and it wasn't going to be nothing nice. And I promise you, the police would have been called after. That's exactly how that would have went down. He would have been dealt with, and the police would have been called after. Let me see. Tippy said, when you going live again? I am not sure. Probably maybe tomorrow. Potentially. Tippy sitting up here saying, don't leave yet. I already looked at what Pink said. But I'll tell you this, Tippy, you can go and look at the previous live stream that was like 6 hours that you missed. You can go watch that one. Gail was there. Gail, Pink, and everybody else was there, so you can go watch that one. It's about a good 6 hours. But yeah, like Ty said, going to sleep. We about to get up on out of here. About to let y'all go as well. Let y'all carry on about y'all day. It's about 12:32 p.m. It is lunchtime, guys. Go out there and order some Uber Eats, some DoorDash. Go cook some food. You know, go to the store, whatnot, or whatever. Get your exercise. You know, work out the arms. You know, phalanges. You know, whatnot. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that's here. Shout out to anybody who's donated to the channel by way of Patreon, Cash App, PayPal. Love you guys a lot. Value you guys a lot. I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do every single day if it was not for support and people like you. And again, thank you guys for always coming through to, you know, these live streams. Much love. Much love. Tippy talking about play a video game. Woman, I'm tired. I ain't playing no video game. I'm about to crash into a ditch. Yeah. That's what I'm about to go do. You said says you get Lethal Company and Strength. What the hell is Lethal Company? Let me just look something up real quick. Now I don't have Lethal Company, but I do have Endless Dungeon. I do have that. I have seen people lethal. Yeah, I saw somebody playing this on my friends list as well. Oh, people are playing this. Damn, that shit got an overwhelmingly positive review, like 205K people. Shit. Then you got 91K people as well too. That's crazy. Yeah, I see it is award winning. Like people really like this game. That's dope. Very positive reviews. Very, very positive reviews. But yeah, I'm about to duck up out of here, guys. Go work on the feng shui. You know, getting everything together, the whole mental and stuff. Have a great weekend. Spend time with yourselves, your family, significant others, and whatnot or whatever. And Tiffy was like, he don't listen to me. Whatever, Tiffy. I have listened. You don't listen to me. That's the problem. Ty said you saw me playing it, and Tippy wanted a horror game. There you go. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. But I'll tell you this, Tippy, since you got a PlayStation, go download the finals and go play that. Learn how to play a shooter, Tippy. Get your hand-eye coordination together. Everything is not all The Sims. No, you don't. No, you don't, Tippy. You don't listen. No, you don't. You ain't never listened to me a day in your life. Stop lying. Stop lying. But anyways, love you guys a lot. I'll talk to you guys later. Tippy said, I'm not good with basketball games. That's not a basketball game, Tippy. The finals is a shooter. Watch. If you look it up, you'll see it. The finals is pretty dope. One of these days I might play it as well. Wait, you said if she want to look right and move her head down, that's her right. Wait, I'm confused. I'm so confused right now. Tippy said you said the finals. Yeah, the finals. The finals. It's a shooter. It just came out. So technically, when people think about finals, you might think about school or basketball, but no, it's a shooter. It's pretty dope. You should check it out. Because again, since I can't play Call of Duty, got to play some type of shooter. But anyways, let me stop repeating myself. Let me get up out of here. I will catch you guys on the next live stream. And Tippy, go watch the 6-hour live stream that you wasn't here for. Peace out.